Now, if Gary, if you're trying to convey that you think that disabilities that are more of a mental or cognitive sense should be dealt with or should be considered disabilities, you probably shouldn't be going around saying that they're not disabilities. Well, you should be clear in stating that instead of saying, well, that's not a disability. Well, one thing to keep in mind in terms of mental disabilities, you have things like schizophrenia, bipolar, et cetera, et cetera. Most of these are out there. They've been out there for a long time, and they're well recognized. Now, the reason why they're well recognized is because they're well known. We know what the hell they are. They've been out there for a while. Now, when autism first came up, was it immediately covered or considered a disability? And why is that? No, you're missing completely where I'm going with that, Gary. Oh, okay. What was the point? Well, why wasn't it considered one originally? Because it takes time. I mean, this is the thing: is if there was if there was a new birth defect that just started coming out tomorrow, that people were born with feet growing out of their eyeballs, it wouldn't be considered a disability immediately, unless it prevented them from being able to see. But that's a different matter. I mean, this is the thing: is there needs to be it has to be out there. We need to know what it is and have some kind of classification. And some of these things are still too new. Now, in the case of, for example, the personality disorder, I just blanked on the term, borderline personality disorder. Yeah. Now, some of the former tags that go along with that, you might have been able to get yourself some kind of disability under, but now that they've reclassified, it's going to screw things up for a few years. I'm under the wrong ID. Oh, crap, I'm on the wrong fucking account. I gotta fix that. Damn it, I'm gonna have to start a new Hangout. Hmm. Well, the reduction of mobility in the hand isn't really something that's a big deal. The cognitive damage is much more significant. And that's the thing is, it's like, oh well, you had damage to your what you had actually said was, I don't think a stroke is a disability, but him losing the use of a hand, I'm like, yeah, the loss of my hand was the least of the problems I had. Well, I'm okay. I missed half of that because I had to go get my camera back. One of my kids swiped it, so had to. I mean, the thing is with disabilities, there's different classifications. There's permanent and temporary, and the U.S. government recognizes both. And it's a matter of it being debilitating, doctors stating that it's debilitating, etc. Now, some of these things are treatment responsive, some aren't. Um, and that's really kind of the deal with that. And can I get that damn camera plugged in? I can't see the plug. I can't get it in the hole! Well, the thing is, you're going to get a lot less pushback and a lot less people getting pissed off at you, Gary, if instead of saying it's not a disability, if you say that you think it should be recognized as a disability, but some governments don't. Being clear about what you're actually saying instead of making it sound like you're a dick. And I've got to switch accounts here, so bear with. I'm going to have to start another Hangout. Let's see now. And of course, I have this whole thing probably. No, I don't. I do have that set right. That's good. Okay. There we go. Hey, there we go. We have the right fucking account now in theory. Okay. Google bullshit has crashed. How nice for you, fucking thing. What are we? 204, 205, I think. 204, I think. Well, I am. Let's see now. And let me grab the link here and I'll repost that. Get this shit squared away because I completely fucked up because I can't actually invite people to a hangout under this account right now. Yeah, that's fucking lovely, isn't it? Let's see now. Oh, it's porn bomb bullshit. Yeah, it's until February. Fucking livid. And there was no fucking porn displayed on this stream either. That's the kicker. Yeah, that's the switch too. Which one am I under here? Let's see now. There we go. And accept. accept. And there should be one more. Let me just get the link copied here properly, hopefully. Come on, what's going on here? This thing's been fucking weird. Hang on, I gotta change my audio on the thing. There we go, there's Headless. And change my audio in the Hangout. Come on, give me... This thing's fucking clicking slow as shit, man. It's a pain in the ass. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. And wireless. And there we go. Rock on. Okay. And now I can actually invite people because my other account's like, fuck you, you can't invite people. Man, fuck you. Piece of shit. Yeah, this one is not going to bitch me and say, you can't invite that many people. Meh. Because, you know, you can't... Yeah, it's just being a bitch. So now... Cult Night. Oh, I didn't... Did I repost it? I think I did. Yeah, it looks like I did. Good. Okay, let me get that set. Invite. There go the primary circles. And I reposted it in both, it looks like, because it's showing the FLV link. Okay, there we go. And... Oh, shut up. No, I refuse to go anywhere where they don't have nap time. How's that for you? Okay, and let's do the shadow thing. Oops, there we go. And that does not go public. Get rid of... why is this thing so slow today? I don't know. It's just an internet thing, I think. And let's just do this to... Let's do it to... Yeah, I don't want to do your circles. I could, but I'm not going to. Whoops, shit. Ah! Let's just do your circles and be done with it. There we go. Actually, let's... Yeah, because it's just my circles. I should be good, in theory. Where's the watch link? Let me find that. Losing my fucking marbles here. There we go. Go to YouBoob. And let's see. Yeah, my eyes haven't been focusing well today, so... Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on. Click on the button. Click the button! Ah! I don't want to watch your fucking ad. Okay. And... go to that page if I can. Of course, it's not going to be fucking cooperative because it's a cunt. Okay. Here we go. And get the watch link in there. And we'll actually have our little side thingamajig for a change because I miss it. There we go. And that should do the trick. And all the regulars have... Oh crap, actually I need to... Yeah, let's edit that. Here we go, save that. Okay, and that is just to shared privately. Now I need the public one for the watch link. But yeah, I mean, communication is very fucking important, especially when you're trying to do the activism thing or promote a cause or what have you. Being clear as to what the fuck you're talking about is kind of important. Because if you're, you know, not being clear as what you're talking about, you end up coming across like you're saying, oh, well, this doesn't count, and da-da-da-da, and you're not getting your point across, and you've been doing this for a while, man. This is why we've been hammering you so hard in the Skype groups. Because, well, maybe you've been trying to say, you know, oh, I think these should be considered disabilities, What you've been communicating is they're not. Meaning not that they're not considered them, but that they're just simply not disabilities, and you have to pay attention to what you're actually saying because people are going to respond to it.
Well, you've got to remember there's a difference between what I personally think and what is currently taught as right. Again, like PTSD isn't seen as a disability, but I personally think it should be. But it can be debilitating in certain aspects. Like I think that sorry, I think that for example, certain parts of certain traumas can be debilitating and should be seen as debilitating. Again, again, certain things, it depends on what degree you have them, that very can be classed as such. But certain things are disabilities across the board, so I think it's a nuance thing.
No. Actually, this isn't a nuance thing. This is a communication thing, entirely a communication thing. Because what you've been saying is, well, things like bipolar aren't disabilities. You haven't been saying they're not considered disabilities, but I think they should be. You haven't been being clear at all. And that's a problem.
Okay. Well, I can give you what my personal opinion is, and what I'm actually stating is how it's seen by certain governments, especially the UK one, where it's sort of nebulous. It's not really clear. Whereas it should be clear in my opinion that it should be progressive. Now, do you want me to say that I should be classed as such? Absolutely. Because as I said, I've had quite many issues with it. Not me personally, but I've had to be recommended for many years. Now, do I think it should be classed as such? Absolutely. But the whole point of what I'm doing with my series is not about whether certain things should be classed as such. Actually, I might address that, maybe. And give people a platform to say so, as a case for that. The point of it is, there's a lot of kids who maybe have bipolar or depression or whatever it is, and it is affecting them on the same way that disability affects somebody every day, and it is something that they're struggling to cope with.
Well, the thing is, in terms of the U.S. at least, the way that they break it down is whether it prevents you from being gainfully employed. And that's ultimately what it comes down to, because it's a matter of whether you're able to maintain gainful employment, and it actually has to be for like an 8-month period or something like that.
And I think that's a bad way of doing it, because you can be perfectly functional but still be disabled. Like for example, I have a
No, no,
learning
no.
disability.
What? No, no, no. Hang on. No, no, no. It doesn't matter whether you're quote unquote perfectly functional and still disabled. This is in terms of disability benefits. This is federal disability that we're talking about here. Now, if, I mean, back when I was sitting there and I was able to manage to keep a job and this and that, regardless of what other things I was dealing with at the time, I was not disabled at that time. It was not to the degree of it being disabling. And that's the factor.
Well, I actually want to mention something, Gary. That by the way you're describing and the wording that you're using, it seems like you are crossing a line, or actually blurring the line between disability and disabilitating.
Yeah.
And that would be a very big concern, even with the depression, because most depressions are temporary.
Now, there are certain stipulations, like, for example, somebody that's blind or deaf or what have you, are still entitled to some degree of disability benefits due to the nature of the disability, even while they're working, up to a certain amount. And after that certain amount, it doesn't matter how blind or how deaf you are, you're not getting on the federal dole. But ultimately, it's a matter of whether it's something that will allow you to be on that proverbial federal dole or not.
Okay, but again, there are things there are ways there are things that you can, if you, especially if you've got a learning difficulty, where it's manageable, where you can have certain coping mechanisms to cope with it, and
But at that point, it's not treated on a federal level as a disability if you're able to have gainful employment and get through it. But it's a matter of whether it's preventing you from having gainful employment or not. That's really the catch with it. That's really what it's about.
okay. Well,
If it prevents you from having gainful employment, like if you have, for example, extreme PTSD that somebody may say the wrong trigger word, you might beat the crap out of them, it's going to be hard to maintain a job. That's going to make it hard to keep working, you know. So it's safer for you and for society if you end up on the proverbial federal dole. I mean, this is what it's talking about. But in terms of whether somebody's quote unquote disabled or not, it's really a matter of whether you're able to have gainful employment or not, is ultimately what it comes down to in terms of that. Now, whether society considers you disabled or not, I don't think matters as much as whether the individual does, if you're able to have gainful employment. If you're able to maintain gainful employment, it doesn't matter whether you're disabled or not, ultimately. Other than some people are douchebags. But on a federal level, I'm talking a federal level. But I'm talking a federal level, yeah.
Because like personally, I have been treated differently because I have a learning difficulty. It's not based upon anything else about me. It's based on the fact that I have something different, and people have treated me differently based upon that. And I've seen other people be treated differently.
But hang on though, hang on. If your sticking point is how people treat those that have disabilities, what the hell does that have to do with whether the government recognizes it or not?
It's to do with a different. It has to do with. I was just using that as a criteria. My point is in this series is how people in society deal with disability.
You know.
Disability differently. But actually, I do think the government does treat people with disability differently, like everyone does. Because I mean, would a disabled person be able to become president or prime minister? I doubt it, because
a point of order.
yeah, please.
What was his name there during the 40s? U.S. president. Roosevelt, in a wheelchair, had polio. He was disabled. He was president for 15 fucking years.
Okay, that's U.S.
He was so damn good they changed the law so he could stay in for another term and be a 3-term president.
He had polio, didn't he?
He was still disabled in a wheelchair.
Okay, but that's something that I think he had about later or something like that. But he degraded later.
Still disabled.
Okay, due to recent circumstances, if I don't know who you are, I'm not allowing you in, so I'm gonna have to decline this one. Sorry, I'm not sure who you are.
I can vouch for it.
Oh shit, sorry, a little late. Sorry, too late. I had already clicked it.
Okay, but the point is that
Sorry.
people do.
Yeah, they can use an alt. If they have an alt that you're aware of, just let them know and make sure that I know who the alt is. Well, the problem I was trying to get Gary to shut up long enough for me to actually find out what was going on with it. So anyway, sorry. Now you can go ahead. I missed half of what you were saying because I had to deal with administrative crap. Yeah, my ability to multitask is fucked right now.
No, but the point is that you said you got anxiety disorder, depression,
Oh no, actually, I'm classified as bipolar with anxiety disorder. The anxiety disorder, incidentally, I refuse to acknowledge it as PTSD. I refuse to because there are people with PTSD that have, much better reasons than simply working in a federal building on 9/11. I still can't hear a plane going overhead without getting a little tense, apparently. I found that out the other day. A low-flying plane had me a little freaked out. That's a thing. And if you are a white-collar worker that works in office buildings that are usually sky rises, this is an issue. But at the same point, this had gotten in my way of gainful employment for a while. Now it's actually shifted, and I've got the bipolar pretty much. Well, there's something special with the bipolar, but I'm not getting into it right now. The anxiety disorder is still there, but it's a little bit more manageable. Now it's mostly a matter of the frickin' stroke damage as well as the diabetes, because things just keep stacking up and shifting this way and that. It's a nuisance, but it gets in the way of me working. Now, if I was able to work and I didn't have issues with that, I wouldn't, as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't be disabled. During the time that I was working and bipolar, I was bipolar but not disabled by it. There's a difference there. A very strong distinction there. If it is not something that is causing you to have a disability, a lack of ability to function, then it's not a disability.
But
At that point, it's managed.
it is still right, but it's still there. It's still something you have to.
But it's managed, and that's the difference. If it's managed, it's not disabling you.
Listen, alcoholism, Gary. I mean, so the recovering alcoholic is always an alcoholic, but it's not disabling them.
At that time, no. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's something that they have to deal with on a daily basis because they have to make sure that because I mean I'm only going by what alcoholics have said is that they're in charge of the first drink and then it's like some sort of like some people say it's like a elegy and some people will say it's like a after the first drink they have no control that they're so
How to say compulsion? It's
But but
destructive.
but this is the thing: is if they are managing it, then it is not disabling them at that time.
but it's still something that they have to be mindful of and
Well, yeah, but that's different. Now, whether it's actually whether it's something that is a disability or something that's just a challenge in their life, there's a difference there.
but the point is that it is if you for example if you've got dyslexia you have cognitive mechanisms for it, but it's still a disability because you have to be mindful of how you read words. Let's say, for example, you've got that thing where
You spend more time working on it, but if you can manage the condition, then it is not actively disabling you at the time. I mean, I mean, if I functioned for roughly 15, 20 years just fine with a bipolar, had it under complete control for quite some time through things like transcendental meditation, a little Zen-y stuff, this kind of stuff, as well as a number of varied mind games that I essentially played with myself. Um, the mind games are things like pretending that I was on camera at all times and this kind of stuff to check my behavior. And during that time period, I would not, if you were to claim that I was bipolar and disabled, I would have wanted to slug you for it because it was not disabling me. I had the control.
Out of curiosity, how much do you think that it had to do with a disability? For example, as an epileptic, I cannot drive. I would consider that to be very inconveniencing, but I wouldn't call myself disabled.
That actually has to prevent, in terms of the U.S. federal government, it has to prevent you from having gainful employment for an 8-month period.
Oh, I see. That's fair enough.
okay, but
Well, that's what things like support groups are for. And there's dozens of different support groups for different kinds of conditions and what have you. Now, having a condition and letting it get the better of you, so to speak, and being disabled by it are two different things, and that's what I'm trying to get across here. There's a difference as to whether something is disabling you or whether you have managed to get control of it.
yeah, I absolutely agree because the same the videos I'm playing through are going to be about me helping kids out and also I do know a lot of people like yourselves on YouTube have gone through or are going through this. Like for example, I know Pastor Mike of Rational Roundtable. I think his son was autistic, and um, like what's her name? Schizophrenic Queen has schizophrenia. She had something that you know it's
Now, the thing is, she's always going to be schizophrenic, but if she has it under control, is it actually disabling her at that time? If she's able to work through it, still be able to go out there, have a productive life, go out there, work, etc., 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 is it a disability or simply something that she has to deal with over the course of her life? Just yet another struggle. We all have things we struggle with. It's a matter of whether it's something that gets the better of us or not. And when it's disabling you, it's gotten the better of you. Now, some things are always going to be there, and you can't necessarily get the better of. That's, simply the case. But somebody that has Down syndrome, are you going to be sitting there saying they're disabled, even if they're able to find themselves someplace to work, and they're having a gainful life, and they're, and they're managing to get along just fine? There's a point at which I think even in a case like that, it's no longer you shouldn't be looking at it as a disability anymore, because they've managed to conquer it. Now, sure, fine, they have different challenges, and it affects who they are and how they behave and this and that, but can you truly say that they're disabled? And this is the thing, is this notion that, well, you're disabled. It's like, well, fuck you. There's a certain level of, fuck you.
That there is. By the way, Shadow, just in case you didn't see in the group chat, full name Yuki Frost.
Oh, what is it?
Yuki Frost.
Yuki Frost. Okay. Pumpkin had a problem joining a moment ago. You might have to click on it more than once. It's sometimes bitchy.
Well, Max, can I ask you a question? Because maybe this will get to the point. Have you been treated differently because you've got epilepsy?
Not by people per se, but it's kind of the outcomes of it. For example, it's pretty hard to go on dates or get direct driving when you don't have a car. I mean, cars signify independence, whereas if you're kind of stuck to a bus schedule, you don't really have that. Plus, it sounds as romantic to say, hey, I'll pick up bus stop at around 7 o'clock, and then we can bus to get dinner.
Yeah. It's not very romantic sounding.
No, it's not.
Worry not, you plebeians, your god king has
Dun dun dun.
fuck me, he's here.
Yeah, sometimes you have to try twice. I also made sure to send a specific invite just as a precaution. That way I didn't have to worry about the doorbell. This way the pumpkin can sneak in and remind us that he is the king of something. I don't know.
By the way, Shadow, are we going to be playing a game of Cards Against Humanity tonight?
Tonight probably no. I don't know. There was a very brief thing in the Drunk Bears group that was like, bears? And then nobody answered, so yeah. If Kevin ends up getting a thing going, we'll get a thing going, but the happening.
It's like hippies getting their shit together.
None of that ever happens.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does happen. Rarely.
Hang on, Pumpkin, go ahead.
You have an angry pumpkin here. If there's ever going to be a glorious Cards Against Humanity session,
We need a lot. We just need to add a shit ton of custom cards, a bunch of blanks.
I'll put it this way. Most of the times when I talk on a censored platform, I sound like I'm speaking a Morse code.
And the award for blank goes to blank.
And the award for
Best envelope glue goes to...
the best envelope glue, that would probably have to go to what's his name? The guy that does the Miracle Spring Water shit.
Jesus?
No, Popoff, Peter Popoff. There we go.
Yeah, but his envelopes have a little tear down.
Well, yeah, but at the same point, those suckers apparently glue really well because I've heard of people putting bricks in the return in those self-return envelopes. Oh yeah, they just pile crap in those envelopes, and apparently the seal holds. So yeah, they want to make damn sure that they get whatever money you send them. So if you're sending nuts and bolts and screwdrivers and whatever the fuck else,
March trying to send the leaflets, and they made the mistake of giving their email address.
So you mailed all the leaflets back.
You know, I feel like I need to do a Baptist update, actually.
Got it. Friend says it's not working.
Having tried twice, it might actually have them blocked by the email address. It,
Didn't just return the pamphlets. I returned the pamphlets in a bag of repo shit.
it might have them blocked by the email address in the account. It's kind of wonky when you're doing the corporate hangouts.
I see. Can you still hear a person then? Maybe the audio?
I doubt it. I think once boot, always boot with this one. I'm not positive.
Shit.
What was it? In something? I don't fucking know.
So is this the hangout where like
That
more than 10 people can join?
Yeah, this is the 15.
I see.
And
Spooky box.
if I start doing these as a more constant thing, I'm going to have to completely turn off cams and all that fun shit, which is a nuisance, but fuck it. Actually, I have it running now, I'm not sure why. Oh wait, no, I do know why. Actually. Because I haven't actually said it yet, there is something slightly different on cam today, and I don't know if anyone's noticed or not yet. Yes. Yes. The old chair with the wheel that kept falling off has finally been replaced, and I'd like to thank my patrons for that.
Yay.
Because
Did you not think to just do the common sense solution and take the other wheels off?
I didn't want to destroy my hardwood floor that I spent all that time installing.
Yeah. What's the point of having a chair with wheels if you take the wheels off?
Yeah, that too. That and the chair is kind of a bitch to move around as it is. You go to pick it up and it just goes bonk because it has the wheels, and then you take the wheel assembly off, and under there's this big old pole sticking down. So I just got rid of that chair and got a new one. That, and I didn't have enough room. I can actually like roll around a little bit on camera now. It's kind of fun. I can move because that chair was physically too big for the space I have here. That's why I was always sitting at this angle, because I had no choice.
Here we thought it was being artsy.
No, I wasn't being artsy. I was being stuck.
That's like me being sober.
Ooh. No, that doesn't happen. Actually, Jello's on. Ooh, I see Jello. Let's see if we can get Jello's ass in here.
Hey, Pumpkin, I just had a thought. If Santa Claus was Irish, this would mean at Christmas we'd have to leave out Guinness and potatoes.
We don't already?
That's wrong, yep.
The Irish have sort of kept a lot of memories of the potato famine, so rather than leave out local produce, which are valuable edible commodities, we leave bear traps and landmines.
Everybody needs a hobby?
I thought that was kind of reminiscent of the Troubles.
Yeah, well, you know, it all sort of mixes together.
Potato famine, Troubles, it's Irish history, it all blends together after a while.
Pretty much just pick an uprising and work from there.
They're Irish. They'll make more. And we have Spackle. Hey, Spackle.
I knew this would come in.
Somebody moderate personally.
Where? Oh, wait, never mind. I see them.
There's like 3 of us.
Yeah, yeah.
There was the time we had that the Canadians don't have one here.
Oh, that happens frequently in these. That happens more often than I'm comfortable with.
But we talked, what, for about 2 hours on Canadian politics?
Oh, no. Actually, not only did I not run away, but I invited more Canucks to participate.
You're offering asylum to snow space.
Yeah. Well, you know, they need it sometimes.
The preferred term is sweater mix.
It doesn't matter what you call us, we still have potatoes.
Still have the what?
Potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so do we.
I don't see what that has to do with anything, but okay. Actually, let me...
Speak French, that's just laughable.
That's only
Here we go. Let me kill the bandwidth for good measure.
That you look up to the French, just generally.
snow pumpkin. They
So if
even tell them back, the French Canadians, they never surrender.
here's the big difference between our time and our time. We kind of like having the queen. You guys are forced to have her. So
Actually, it depends on where you go. We technically have plenty of queens in our country. Let me just make sure I have the audio set right here because I forgot to double check it earlier. Oops. Let's see now.
Let's make sure we're not saying a whole bunch of quiet.
Actually, I see my bar. I haven't been seeing yours, so I'm just double checking.
Worrying about.
Oops. Yep, I did have it fucked up. There we go.
Anyway.
Actually, we started by giving Gary bullshit because Gary always needs to be given shit because he sometimes doesn't realize what he's communicating.
It's okay, Gary. We like you anyway.
Sometimes. It depends on the day. There are some days that I just want to throttle him.
I'm not sure which one it is, so I'm just going to assign hatred as a base value.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can only move up from there. I mean,
Hatred pi r squared or what?
Where to go?
Are we talking like hatred pi r square or something else?
Basic level for everyone is like mild hatred, and then you can go to outright loathing to I will see you burn till all the way down to I will burn the entire planet in the hopes that I catch you in the fires.
Why is this doing default crap quality? There we go. Put it up to...
Although, I will say, it does go all the way up to tolerable.
I vote Irish for president.
It'd be better than Trump. Holy crap.
More effective, too. Is that really a high bar, though?
No, it's really not. But at the same point, the thing that we've been dealing with in American politics lately... That's weird.
Well, to be fair, I could pretty much reform the entire system very quickly. Take away half of the money sent to the military, pump it into education, welfare, and health reform, and boost scientific endeavors.
I vote.
Yeah, but if you do that, Irish, the problem is then the terrorists will win.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I am a terrorist. They will know.
He's Irish, remember?
Actually,
We'll just get
Paranor,
rid of all the trash cans. It'll be cool.
as an example to Americans as to why you don't vote for Donald Trump,
I don't think it's too bad.
we should put up large signs at the border of Prime Minister Harper
Oops.
A little bit lower than
Which
like
button
that.
did I hit?
Left to
with the captions of "This is why you don't vote for Trump."
That's actually not too bad, I guess.
That's not too bad, I guess. What the hell's going on?
Mute Gary.
Sorry.
I think a better way of reminding people not to vote for Trump is just, put out a list of the things he's fucked up.
I think the list of things he hasn't fucked up would be more significant.
Irish, do you live in America?
No, I live in the motherland.
Oh.
The Emerald Isle.
The sister land.
The giant potato farm by the sea.
I thought you like Lenny who lives in Florida or something.
No.
Lenny is a plastic patty.
Yeah.
I'm actually moving to Florida, hopefully next year, so
Oh, Lord.
for now I'm going to revel in the true Irishness of it all.
Whereabouts do you live, Spackle?
What's that?
Whereabouts do you live?
San Diego.
San Diego. Okay,
Lives in
California.
California, yep.
Yeah,
Or
Britain
northern
only has-
Mexico, as I'd like to say.
Britain only has one queen. In San Diego, they have queens as far as the eye can see.
I thought that was San Francisco.
Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, I fucked up.
We have some queens here, just not as many as San Francisco, but we actually are a pretty gay city too.
I think you should put that on all of your signs. Just go, we're pretty gay. Not as gay as San Francisco, but we're getting there.
I think I think our theme is America's finest city.
You should change it to we're gaying up the place.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to go to bed. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Night, Gary.
Night, Gary.
By the way, Shadow, I gave her one of my socks, so the next account you should be on the lookout for is Tom Jelaroka.
Who's that?
Inu.
Why
Shadow
she need to
didn't
come in
know.
a sock?
Shadow didn't know who she was and stopped her from coming in.
Oh, come on, Max. Max, tell the story the
Who
correct
sent
way.
you?
Max was trying to tell Heathens to let her in. Heathens kicked her out because Gary wouldn't shut up long enough for the communication to happen.
Oh.
Then we tried with one of her socks, and that didn't work. Because they were conjoined or something, and now I'm just giving her a third option to give her that sock account.
Enu's a sweetheart, and then you go, wow, you're so innocent and sweet. But then if you get her on the subject of killing animals as she's a farm girl, then you're just suddenly terrified, and you're like, oh my gosh, the horror.
Yep, she has killed ducks and other things.
Killer, duck killer.
Although
Is
I
it
find that
really?
strange.
Is it bad that the little bit of one-upmanship in my head is going, I used to work in a slaughterhouse.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't tell her anything that wouldn't unnerve her.
Yeah, I doubt it.
No, people that are, like work in farms or in slaughterhouses or anything, like they're pretty aware of what goes on. It's us people that go, we want it boneless and packaged, and we go, oh my god.
Oh,
It's just saying.
fun. I do remember before the place closed down, it had sort of a small shop attached to it where you could get cheap cuts of meat. And we had this old bitch used to come in constantly like, I want boneless chicken and I want a T-bone steak with the bone taken out. So this one day we got pissed off with her. We were closing down. We knew it. She knew it. No one really cared.
Wait, why would you come in and get a boneless T-bone steak?
I know.
Would that
That's
not
what
just be a
pissed off.
steak then? Because
Oh,
there's
no.
no T-bone in it?
We did it in a much simpler way. We got one of the butchers to come out in this heavy as fuck leather apron, drenched in pig and cow blood, with an assortment of knives in the front, to walk out, smash down the biggest T-bone he could get, rip the bone out, jam it in right next to her hand, and say, "There's your fucking steak, bitch," and calmly turn on his heel and walk away. It was one of the funniest fucking moments I had in that job. Bowl test.
Well, let's see if it's actually switched over now or not. In theory, it should have. Somebody say something profound?
Profound.
Profoundly something.
Yay!
Death comes unexpectedly.
Works for me. Okay, there we go. And we actually have the official mod in here now, so we have all that crap.
You don't need a mod, you have the God Pumpkin King.
Well, actually, part of why I have this is so that the on-air light is actually there in case some idiot comes in here and complains about, I didn't know it was live when I was told 5 times.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because people are apparently stupid.
We're live, guys. We're live.
And
Wait, have you only just realized that people are stupid?
No, I've known this for a while.
No, it's internet people are stupid.
I'm always hopeful about people, and then like that's kind of the worst because like unlike Iris, she starts at the bottom. People are hated, at the bottom, and they kind of work their way. I'm like, oh, I like people, and they go, why did you do that for? And then it just dropped to this utter despair and disappointment.
Yeah.
I think
That actually points to something vaguely scientific that I remember. Optimistic people tend not to cope very well with stress simply because they don't make backup plans. So whenever something sets them back, they freak the fuck out. Whereas
Yeah.
pessimistic people just roll with it, and as such have longer life expectancies.
One of the
Yeah. The day's kind of shitty. How could it get any shittier than this?
Yeah, we had an issue a while ago with one of the more obnoxious Christians on here being a complete dumbass while they were after coming into a shuffle, and I'm making a big fucking display of showing on-air buttons to both mock and honor them.
Oh goodness. Have you guys seen? I'm a big movie fanatic, and have you seen the movie Melancholia with Kirsten Dunst and gosh, I think Kiefer Sutherland's in it. Well, anyway, can I spoiler alert? Spoiler alert.
Okay, I'm not planning on watching it. Spoil away.
Spoiler alert for anybody listening. It showed that idea that Irish was talking about, that people that were optimistic, like we're going to be fine, were the ones that despaired and committed suicide and freaked out. And it was the person that was struggling with severe depression that was able to cope with the entire world ending.
Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly.
One of my favorite quotes about pessimism is this: optimists are either right or wrong. Pessimists are either right or pessimists are either going to be right or pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is kind of the thing is I've been saying for years, because I've been in psych wards, and recently so was my daughter actually, and sorry, I have to say son now. It's confusing. The trans thing confuses the shit out of me. 15 years using one pronoun, then switching to another sucks.
I had no idea. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Anyway, moving on.
In any case, yeah, that completely threw me in terms of having oh shit, let's remind myself and forget what the fuck I was saying. The thing that I found is that the people that seem to be in psych wards actually seem to be in some ways better adjusted to surviving this thing we call reality than most people that haven't been. It's kind of a weird thing, it's just you've been through your shit, you've gone in, you've learned some coping skills that you don't tend to learn outside of them. And in general, once they're manage to get themselves back on track, they seem to be better adjusted than most people. Now, to me, the joke is always, it's because they know what the fuck's wrong with them and the rest of the people out there don't.
I always find it entertaining that here, at least, there's a certain stigma with mental health where if you've had a problem, it's sort of difficult to get certain jobs and so forth. I find that hilarious because people who have fucked up are going to be better knowing what they fucked up. For example, this is kind of aside, but if I'm donating blood, I don't want some rank amateur 12-year-old blindly stabbing at the veins. I want the ex-heroin addict that will hit it perfectly first.
There's a point to that.
That's actually a great analogy.
That is a good analogy. The Catholic apologist G.K. Chesterton once said, "I don't know why Christians are so quick to want to get rid of original sin. It's pretty much the only doctrine we have scientific evidence for, that people are inherently shitty."
There's some debate on that, actually.
There are 3 primary schools of thought, but I'm not getting into it.
Yeah.
That's just
and you know it too, you schmuck.
What mod are you playing there, Parador?
Playing with one of the Feed the Beast packs.
I can't see that. I'm down to icons only because, unfortunately, it's the new rules for my Hangouts is icon only on my end. After that bullshit that happened a while ago.
Any word on that getting fixed or be fucked up?
February. They're not fixing it. They don't give a fuck. They don't care that, I've done over 200 fucking Hangouts, and there was a problem once, and it was some idiot coming in and something being shown on an icon, well, frankly, about the size of the ones that are currently on screen, and, it wasn't really visible in the fucking Hangout, but Google doesn't give a shit. So apparently all you have to do is report something, and whether it's legitimate or not, they don't actually look into it.
Welcome to the internet.
Yeah, welcome to fucking Scroogle. Assholes. So yeah, sometime around about February, and also around about February, I might there might be some changes happening around here.
Well, heathens, it's not that they can't fix it. They're far too busy playing with the slide in the office.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is my favorite intellectual punching bag arrived?
Hey, Prudent, are you going to tell us more about how we should bomb brown people?
I like how a brown person just said that.
That was
Yes.
the point.
That was the
Oh,
joke.
come on, Spackle. Epi's not brown.
He's mostly brown, yeah.
He's
No,
mocha.
he's chartreuse.
Chartreuse.
I don't know why, I just like the word.
Yeah, I've kind of pissed off a lot of people by making that post.
So,
Oh.
Prudent, you've moved on from shitty calculator jokes to, ethnic cleansing.
Yes, apparently.
For starters, I don't advocate for ethnic cleansing. I just happen to think that Iran is very corrupt.
Wait a
and-
minute, Prudent. Weren't you actually advocating bombing the countryside?
Yeah, but I think it'd be better to hit the military bases.
Yeah, but you do realize that Iran is primarily like an urbanized country, right?
Yeah, there are
There's
some.
not a lot of people who live in the countryside, so you're just be blowing holes in nothing.
Not to mention that if you're going to be blowing them at military bases, they're pretty close to cities.
Yeah.
So, how's this policy of bomb the brown man working out for you?
Well, I mean, it's only been 20 years of continuously doing it. So far, so good. I mean, there are quagmires and shit, but...
Well, the thing is, I remember back when initially we were going to war with Afghanistan. And people were like, bomb them back to the Stone Age! And there were people that are like, have you been to Afghanistan? They're already in the fucking Stone Age. What the hell are you going to bomb them to?
Yeah. One thing I find hilarious is people talking about how, Afghani people are like these terrible extremists. When you're using a $500 million fucking guided missile to blow up the house of a guy who lives with a goat.
You're spending more money on the missile than the country's fucking worth.
Yeah, it's kind of like, we're on the moral high ground and we're going to put our artillery here and bomb these primitive extremists who don't even know what America is.
Well, the thing is, would they still be, such extremists if we, instead of bombing them with the actual bomb, just bomb them with the money it costs to buy the fucking thing?
Yeah.
The issue with Iran is that they are still under Sharia law. Which,
Yeah, stop
so
that.
Oh no!
And so are a lot of other countries. But oh boy, here we go.
Hey, Prudent, you might want to take that shovel, put it to the side, and stop
I didn't
it.
even want to argue about it anymore. I just wanted to
Brought it up, Prudent.
No, actually,
Now you did it.
Digging his own grave again.
No, Prudent didn't need to bring it up because it was already there.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, sure they're under Sharia law, but I'm pretty sure bombing the country is going to make the situation so much better.
Oh, not this shit again.
And by the way,
Enough
it's
shit about
Sharia.
geopolitics. Go educate yourself before you say stupid shit.
It's just Sharia.
I would like to point out, you're not bombing them, you're liberating them with freedom with heavy explosives.
Yeah, they're freedom explosives, yes.
well, first off, I'm not even going to argue it right now because I realize it's not going to go anywhere good.
So it didn't go anywhere good to begin with.
Pumpkin,
Hi,
I
guys.
take it that if you were gonna be building artillery and bombs and stuff, they'd have names like Liberator, Freedom, and Democracy.
Probably.
Yeah, I find it hilarious that there's a cannon in a fort somewhere down south that's actually named, rough translation is something akin to Shots of Liberty. And you just think to yourself, do you think when they're loading that they're going to go, we're going to liberate the fuck out of this invading army?
Y'all, someone order some freedom up in here.
Tasty fries.
Oy vey.
I would agree with maybe dropping hookers on them because
Ooh, someone drop a hooker on me, please.
No,
Yeah, but this time, Pumpkin, if you're gonna drop the hookers, you gotta use parachutes.
And yeah, do not drop them from 30,000 feet. That is not good.
I think we should just drop bacon on them.
That's been my big thing, actually, is if they start threatening us, we threaten to carpet bomb them with bacon bits.
I think someone should drop a hooker on Prudent.
I think
To do with
that's
this.
the
No, I
whole
don't think so.
drop a hooker on them, because basically sexual frustration, they've only read one book and they live in a shithole. So what you need to do is drop down some distilleries, some Agatha Christie books, and a brothel. Everything is solved in a week.
Yeah, but buddy of mine used to say that we needed to just bomb them with porta potties, and then I was like, no, bacon is cheaper. It doesn't kill people; it just prevents them from keeping halal.
I think that's why, like, there's meant to be a surge of
You want to try to start a holy war against us? We'll bomb you with bacon bits, because we're dickheads. Yeah, basically.
Bacon.
Yep.
Yeah, bomb take away your life, but breaking halal, oh, that's an eternity of hell right there. No one's gonna risk that.
I got one better. Naked hookers wrapped in bacon.
Okay, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
But if
Wait,
they were wrapped
I
in bacon, they wouldn't be naked, then, would they?
Wait a minute. I have a way
Maybe
to
in
make
the
this
places
work.
that matter.
How about we just drop
Yes.
spirit science on them? They can have them.
I think I have an idea that will actually work. Okay, you roll out the tanks. Well, troop transports. You open them up. Everyone's a bit suspicious. Out walks a completely naked woman carrying a tray full of bacon and a pint of beer. And just saying, you want it?
There.
I don't know. But yeah,
Either somebody just exploded or had an orgasm.
the thing
What I meant,
is,
that's the same thing.
when you go into a country and you start bombing the crap out of them, what happens? The people get pissed off. Now, if the people don't have the ability to fight back directly, they're going to fight back indirectly. People that fight back indirectly, what do we call them? Terrorists.
Terrorists?
Passive aggressive.
Well,
wait,
that too.
wait.
Wait, that's Scottish.
Well, there's a bit of that too, but I mean, ultimately, what it comes down to, I mean, the real problem here, Prude, is that all you end up doing is making more enemies.
You know why? You know why Iran is trying to build a nuclear weapon? Because they feel threatened. So
Yep.
let's threaten them more to make them stop.
Hey, Paranor, 1-0 for England.
You know who opposes the nuclear peace treaty right now? The one that America and Iran just signed. Do you know who opposes that treaty in Iran, Prudence?
Jesus?
No. The person,
My guess would be nobody.
No, actually, there are people who oppose it and think it's a huge compromise. That would be Iran's conservative wing. They're more religious group. It's kind of interesting how the super conservative religious group in Iran is kind of the same way super conservative group in the United States.
You mean cocksucking, warmongering douchebags?
Well, the difference is,
American Taliban.
well, here's the thing. Like for the next 15 years, there's going to be a lot of security because Iran can't take in as much nuclear enriched material, or they can't enrich as much of their uranium they have, which you need to build a bomb. And
That's what weapon smugglers are for.
I think I think we need a brand new treaty. What I think we need to do is I think we need a treaty that gives every one of those countries a single nuke. And then then lets them know that whoever the fuck uses it is going to get wiped off the planet by everyone else in the world. Simply done. Go ahead. You really want to use one? Go use it. Then we'll just wipe you off the fucking map.
that kind of seems a bit counterintuitive, and that no one's going to.
Then you don't know fuck. Why is it? Okay, what was it that kept the U.S. and Russia from going to war with each other?
They had several thousand ICBMs by nature.
Mutually assured destruction. Any country that uses a nuke will be wiped off the fucking map, and we all know it.
The whole world will be toast.
Yeah.
The entire reason that America never fired on Russia is because
Russia would shoot back.
I can't remember the name of the building, but in it they have a vault, and in that vault is a dead man trigger.
Yep.
If it doesn't receive a signal or manual input at least 3 times a day, all of Russia's nuclear payload is launched simultaneously at everything.
Good.
the ultimate dead man's trigger.
That's kind of scary.
Of course,
But
Doctor
you know
Strangelove
what's
comes to
hilarious
mind.
is-
The whole point of having a doomsday device is to tell people you have a doomsday device. You know.
But-
Here's my, okay, but there's
Oh,
other.
no. But here's the most entertaining thing. It was nearly set off something like 20 years ago because an intern, well, not an intern, the guy was fairly high up, but in the grand scheme of there,
In
he was essentially an intern. He locked the room from the inside by accident and didn't know the input codes to fix the fucking thing.
Oops.
So they were 20 minutes away from Armageddon because this dumb bastard locked himself in, didn't know the code, and couldn't get out. Isn't that wonderful?
Ah, yes.
And since then, they installed a key lock on the door.
Yeah.
No, since then they
Alright.
decided to have at least 2 people in the room at all times.
That might be smart.
What's that? One to lock the door, and the other one to yell at you?
One to
Oh, no.
hold you.
One to lock the door and the other one to shoot you for incompetence.
Well, it's like the way that at least America's missile silos work. They need 2 people in the room, and they both have to, after launch codes are inputted, they both have to turn the key at the exact same time, or it won't work.
Yeah, I don't know why people think that's super effective. It really fucking isn't.
You can't reach.
No, the whole
though.
system is outdated by decades. They still use technology down there that uses like 8-inch floppy disks.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with
You wanna-
floppy
You
disks?
want to know something, Kevin? It's fucking reliable. It's been working
Yeah,
for how
and
many
it,
goddamn
and
years?
it can't be hacked. And it can't
Right,
be hacked.
because no one knows how to hack it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, no, because it's air gap from the internet, and it's not complicated.
The whole I've always loved this in films where it's like, we need 2 people to turn these keys. No, you don't. All you need is like a 99-cent grabber arm from Walmart.
Yeah.
And if it even is like on the far end of the room, piece of string will fucking do it. Just tie it around something.
Yep.
And
Turn it into a pivot.
I always
Come
wanted
on.
to see a
Have we
moment.
not seen Superman? Is it Superman 2? With Richard
Yeah.
Pryor.
Superman 2. Yeah,
That's
Superman 2, Electric Boogaloo.
The one
That
thing
was
I would
bad.
love to see in films, and I know this is completely random, I would love to see a scene where they're like at the nuclear console, they go to turn the keys like 3, 2, 1. One of them turns it early, the other one doesn't turn it, and it just like shotgun blasts one in the face.
That'd be funny.
That's kind of similar to the opening scene of War Games
Well, I mean, the thing is,
without the shotgun blast.
Oh, and we have incoming Gus. Here we go. And I might need to realign here. We'll see once he gets in. But yeah, it's
Once
just
Gus gets in here, Prudent, you want to talk about your education reform plan?
Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh no.
No, me and Gus are just going at it about gun policy.
You go at it with Gus with everything that you say. There's not one thing that you say that people don't jump on you.
Does Pruden want more guns? You got your fight card yet?
No, well, for starters, I've actually.
hang on a second.
Hold on.
Gus, you've been approved. If it didn't let you in, you might need to retry. Sometimes you have to click on the damn thing twice. It's a nuisance with these.
Chucky! Like the new Avatar.
How many
got a
people
full
could
room
fit in here?
15. We have room for 5 more.
Actually, you'll be room for 6 more soon.
This
I
is
gotta leave
like
in a couple minutes.
A corporate account then, yeah?
Yes, it is.
No.
That it
Well,
is.
By the way, Prudent, you have quite a bit of distortion whenever your mic goes off. Just fiddle with some wires. Or
No, that's not distortion. That's puberty.
Oh,
he finally.
guys, how's it going? My mic's not working right today. Sorry.
Actually, I've ordered a new mic. Yay!
Ah, shit! I thought I'd scared him away.
No, I just have to reset when my mic was bad.
So seriously, Prudent, can I ask you what led you from like terrible calculator puns to bomb the brown people?
You leave the brown people alone.
He became a neocon.
We have a request from a Tom Della Rocca. Do we know them?
Never heard of it.
Inu.
No.
It's Inu.
Wait,
It's
Inu.
Inu.
Oh.
Is it?
That's Inu.
Okay.
Yes.
Accepting. There we go. Glad somebody's on the ball, because I'm not.
I know.
Where are
There you
they?
go, Max. You're like, I don't know this person.
Wait, what? I didn't say that.
To be fair, I've been like self-medicating myself with medicinal herbs for the past 4 days.
Oh yeah.
So you've been eating oregano.
Yes. Let's go with that.
Hey, oregano is good shit.
Inu.
Oregano. Go green, people. Just go
Isn't
green.
Inu adorbs? She's like all innocent and smiley.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I hear you're a duck killer.
And a duck murderer.
Duck murderer! Duck murderer!
In her defense, ducks are very delicious.
Yeah, sorry about not getting the opportunity to have somebody vouch or not vouch earlier. We got porn bombed on the channel a while ago on my primary, and I have to be extra cautious these days. Oh, and by the way, since when does Michael Ann fucking watch my commentary and watch my crap and comment? What the fuck?
Oh, you mean that?
I may have shared the YouTube channel.
Wait,
Oh,
hold on,
boy.
guys.
Hold
We
on,
should watch
hold
it right
on.
now.
You mean that?
Yeah. She's commenting right now.
You mean that
Wait.
woman who defrauds cancer patients with quack vitamin C therapy?
No,
Yeah.
Nurse that shit.
Kevin,
wait,
just
no.
the Illuminati wants you to know.
I just want to say Michael Ann and I had a really productive conversation about gun control the other day. So
Still crazy as fuck.
Well, I'm just concerned with
I just
somebody
wanted to
advocating
say that to
quote,
make sure
what
she
is it
heard.
B17? You know the whole thing with playing bingo with cyanide. Wow.
Way to
okay.
go. Now you're blowing up the live chat. Look what
Yep.
you did.
Hey, everyone needs a hobby.
Oh wait, I gotta go see this live
wait,
chat.
live
Rams
chat?
here.
Link?
Nikki's
Wait,
here.
what?
We have a chat?
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, there's a live chat on the side.
And you're to be
Oh.
blamed, Spackle, apparently.
I have dual monitors so I can see live
Sorry.
chat and you guys. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, I
Hold on.
can't do the normal
Spackle.
thing I do in the Hangout, so
Back the link to the YouTube site where this is broadcast.
there.
Yeah.
Done. Says
Oh,
CD.
look at that!
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck?
I try to make a point.
Someone stole a gun from our porch once.
Oh, that's not good. Why? Wait, stop. Why do you have a gun just kicking it on your porch? That's bad gun ownership right there. I'm judging you.
That's because my dad's an idiot, but that's another story. he had it out for the squirrels because the squirrels kept chewing holes in our walls. So he's like,
That is a worthy cause.
I'm gonna wait for him to come by and shoot him in the face.
Yeah, I actually had to turn on the light up in my attic because we had been having a critter get up in there, and I have some roofing guys coming by tomorrow to fix the shit, but it's a nuisance.
Have you not
Choice
thought
of
of maybe like trying to smoke them out, like offer them a peace blunt and just try and
No, because you turn on the light and you go up there and they go, oh fuck, and they run like hell. And I'm more concerned about them chewing through the wires.
Oh yeah, we had a bunch of critters. We have a raccoon. We had a possum for a while that would knock over the garbage can, and then we had a stray dog that would drag the garbage all the way across the street into the neighbor's yard.
Ooh, fun.
And
Have
then
you tried landmines?
my dad shot the possum, and he was gonna shoot the dog, but he said it just looked so cute he had to let it live.
Oh.
It was
All
a
right, I gotta head. Take care. All. Good to see you. Bye.
Bye.
Sarah?
He was just scared because you guys are country killers.
There has been a motion to co-opt this for drunk bears.
Oh, not tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, not tonight. I'm
I've
not.
kind of played a lot of drunk bears lately.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, Rose.
Guys, I have another interview this week. Yay!
Yay!
Yay?
For what?
The studio works with YouTube content creators.
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
yay.
That actually sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's more like a graphic design / like film equipment handling type job. yeah. So, yay!
It's tough having a
Yay!
convo with low
For-
informational nerds. What the fuck? This is what I get for looking at comments. Sorry.
Okay, Michael Land, what is a low informational nerd?
Somebody
You!
that believes that same shit. I don't know.
A nerd who doesn't know anything about anything.
No, I want Michael Land to tell us what that is.
A nerd that's missing a head.
Oh, you mean sheeple? Oh, I think it's a conspiracy theorist synonym for sheeple.
Oh, okay. Low informational nerds, yeah.
Fun fact about Michael Land. Once she was going on about how Jewish bankers were controlling everything. And she was going on about how Jewish bankers were controlling everything, and I'm like, oh, so the Jews control the world. You believe in that anti-Semitic bullshit. And then she responded by saying, no, I do not. I don't think your everyday, average, on-the-street Jew controls anything. I just think it's in the hands of the wealthy Jewish mercantile bankers. And my response was simply to say, oh, I see. So you're much more saying because you believe it's a group of super Jews doing all the controlling.
I'm sorry. Immediately, what was it? Oh gosh, what was it? It was History of the World Part 2, I think. The Jews in Space! Also Spirit Science original, too.
In defense of Michael Land, she has some pragmatism, and she gave some pretty decent advice, though personal. I would say some personal shots at somebody that she doesn't get along with mixed in, but she gave personally, I thought, decent advice to somebody recently that was in some drama, and so there's a pragmatic side to Michael Land that nobody seems to give her credit for, and so that's my shout out for Michael Land.
I mean, the thing is,
I do. I recognize that.
everyone has their moments.
Okay, hold on. Before we continue, I know Michael Ann is listening. She is welcome to come in here, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, if they really want to. I mean, the thing is, for me, it's
I
novelty
just
because
wanted to make
I've.
sure she had
Hang on, wait,
access to the
Jackie,
link.
Jackie, just let me finish my statement.
Yeah.
For me, it's a little bit of novelty because I'm like, okay, I've never actually seen or talked to this person, but I'm sure as crap heard about them. And as far as I know a lot of people that come here do occasionally have them blocked, but yeah.
I would just say that if you engage with Michael Ann, it's best to not dogpile. That's the only thing.
I just wanted to make sure that if we're talking about someone, they need to have access to the
Well, it depends on the somebody. G-Man, for example, even when he's out there in the chat, I won't let him the fuck in.
But no, I respect
But heathens,
Michael.
what if G-Man wants to ask you a question?
I will
What if
duck.
he wants to come in and ask you?
If G-Man wants to axe me, I will duck. Or potentially jump, depending on the trajectory of the axe.
I still remember ye olde times back when I was still talking to that cretin, and he swore blind that he would stand triumphant as I swore praise to his version of God. 2 years later...
Yeah, it's 4 years on me.
Yeah.
You know, it was a couple years ago. He pulled that same shit with me. Actually, no, it was about the same time, so it is 3 years. You're right. Yeah, because he pulled that shit with me like a week or two before. He was like, oh yeah, within 2 years I'll have you converted. I'm like, good fucking luck with that, dude.
I think you're already hitting the 2-year mark since you knew G-Man, right?
No,
Well, when is conversion ever, when is it supposed to be attached to your ego? 2 years will have you converted. What an egotistic little maniac. It's between you and God, if anything, right?
Well, the thing is beyond that, and I'm just going to say this flat out. Who the fuck would want to convert to G-Man's kind of theology? I'm going to disregard everything about the history of the Bible, the history of Judaism, everything about the culture. I'm going to sit there and ignore every fucking word in that book and interpret it. No, you've got to be stupid.
People like Arcane that don't have a functioning brain cell in their
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck would want to join that kind of theology? If I were to even consider any kind of, Christian theology, it would be a lot more advanced than that fucking bullshit.
You have to realize, though,
Herpa-derpa theology is winning. Good quote. Thank you.
I would like to point one little thing out, and I hate to say this, praise of that little shit. I despise the guy. I haven't spoken to him in ages. Still remember with contempt when I did. But I have heard he was doing some charity work with Creationist Cat during like some AIDS marathon thing. If that makes any sense.
Who's doing the charity work? Who?
G-Man did part of like a 24-hour live stream. He did an hour with Creationist Cat, I think.
That's news to me.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity,
Charity for
I'm kind of curious about something. How would you just
I'm seeing a bit of it, I'm thinking, oh, maybe he's not a complete piece of shit. And then realizing there were more better things to be doing, like drinking copious amounts of whiskey.
Anyway, so what were you trying to say there, Max?
I was trying to ask, how would you characterize his version of theology? I would personally characterize it as, well, he believed at one point that God doesn't mind people having sex outside of marriage, so long as the other person knew about it.
The way I would characterize his view of theology would be, I'm going to sit there and use this to self-promote the crap out of myself and claim that it means whatever I want it to mean this minute.
I would classify...
Sounds like what a lot of people do, sadly.
The way I've always classified G-Man's little sect is, well, I could listen to your well-reasoned argument, or I could just say that my prayer has been answered somehow in some vague way that one time that almost actually didn't really happen.
Oh, yes.
Wait, he has well-phrased arguments?
What?
G-Man has a well-phrased argument.
Yeah, only when he argues that... Yeah, never mind. Yeah, there is one well-phrased argument that he uses.
Which one?
The one in which he just simply throws somebody out of the room.
Yeah. Oh, you're not a Christian.
Oh, because he doesn't have to say anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh, no, I find...
I loved how one of his...
I find the
I loved how
he's ever used, because he tried it on me one night. I got dragged in by someone else into his hangout. Do you know, as in the control room, you have the volume slider?
Oh,
He
that's
started
fun.
slowly putting it down and down and down and down,
How did someone
almost
drag you
all the way
into
to
the
the bottom, then rammed it to the top, let me say 3 words, yelled, "Stop shouting," and kicked me.
How did they
Sounds
drag
like
you back?
what they did to Von Helton once.
One, and of course, there's always B-Man's famous proof from the fact that he found somebody else's safe and stole it. Despite the
Guys,
fact that-
it was in the trash, guys.
It was
Yeah,
out on...
somebody
Wait,
just left
hang on. No. He declared that it was in the trash. Now, okay.
Yes.
The chair that I put out last night, that I put out by the curb, that was in the trash. The couch that I put out next to a moving box that I couldn't fit in the box and I was going to rest for a while and go out there and give it another shot of fitting it in there years ago, that was not actually trash, but it was still out with this big freaking moving box and somebody decided that I was throwing it out.
Yeah, if I saw
So,
free couch,
throwing out a safe with money in it, I don't buy.
I mean,
Putting
I'm pretty
it out
sure.
by the curb and, it maybe being in the next trip in the back of a pickup, maybe.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened to Eno's father's gun. He was sitting out on the porch, and someone said, "Oh, he just wants to throw this away," and it was just perfectly logical.
Well, I say porch, but I'm not talking about like an outdoor one. I'm talking about like one that's kind of inside the house, but not really.
Oh, a sunroom.
Yeah, I just call it the porch.
But, I mean, this is kind of the thing is, it's, oh, well, gee, clearly they must be throwing it out. Not necessarily, wait a few minutes, check it out. And as pointed out by Rictus, these things do have serial numbers you can have people check on.
Yeah, it was like the kind-hearted band that tried to relieve my father of the burden of his car when he was in London for a few weeks.
Yeah, he
Of
just
course
left
my
it there
dad
by
was-
the side of the road. Clearly you didn't want it.
Oh no, my dad was still in the car.
Your dad drives taxi?
Oh no, he was working for a building firm. He had a company car. The boot was loaded with expensive equipment. He was driving, had parked, and was having a smoke. Someone opened the driver's door, not thinking he was in it. So they are quickly, trying to slide in on top of the lap of a 6'4", athletically built professional builder who has more than kicked quite a bit of ass in his time. Calmly unbuckles the seatbelt, gently pushes the man outside, and then proceeds to break the man's leg with a hammer.
This
Oh,
comment
sorry, that's horrible.
of the conversation that's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you gotta, yeah.
There we go. And I'm going to have to make coffee in a couple more minutes. But I need to eat.
Hey, if you want to make me some coffee and mail it over,
Oh,
I'm
sure.
fine.
Oh, wait, no, it's a
It might
liquid
get
being sent
cold.
overseas. I think they'll stop that.
Well, no, it'd get cold.
Yeah.
So, Shadow, how often do you get 3 Christians at the same time?
Well, let's see now. My wife is Christian, my son is Christian, and all I need to do is invite Epi, and I got 3.
Nicely
Right
done.
out.
Or
And I
simply,
grew up in a Catholic household, so, regardless of what people like G-Tard might say, I grew up in a household of Christians.
well, really, if you want to think about it in terms of spirituality, you always have Jesus with you, so you always have 3 Christians. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, praise be upon them.
But that's
You know-
only if you're Christian, though.
Yeah, but
No.
it's a shit joke that didn't
It
work
is
out.
a shit joke that
You
didn't
all
work
need to
out,
stop
yeah.
laughing.
It made me laugh.
A dry
Well, it's
chuckle and a
pretty
laugh are
weird.
slightly different, but whatever.
Can I just point out, I make one shit joke, I get a room full of stillborn laughter. Brilliant joke. And then proceeds to talk about bombing brown people, and he gets away with it. What the fuck?
You know what? Life isn't fair. Deal with it.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
It
Sometimes you have to
doesn't last
bomb
as long
around
for fat
people.
people.
The
Yeah,
police
before
are
you
like,
know it, before you know it, half of it's empty and you're fat.
I've always loved
police-
Joel's.
Oops, doorbell, I'm coming. Hang on. Who do we got here?
this
Kizzy.
is my new favorite version of it. The police are like a box of chocolates. They'll kill your dog.
Oh,
Kazumi's in the house. Hey, Kazumi.
oh no, it's a disembodied beard.
I see Michael Ann is just too cowardly to come in here.
I don't know about cowardly.
Well, she's been
I don't
invited.
think
She hasn't
it
come
is
yet.
possible.
Kevin said that he might have her blocked, actually.
Mike hasn't been
I
confirmed
might.
or denied
I
yet.
might.
Yeah, I'd like to point out I'm probably the biggest asshole in here. Even I'll give whatever the fuck its name is the benefit of the doubt. If they're blocked by one person, they won't be able to get in at all, even if that person leaves.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. That happened to me
Oh,
last night,
yeah,
actually.
Joel's stupid.
Someone had me blocked.
Also, Prudent, stop trying to bomb brown people.
Brown people's lives matter.
Go play Call of Duty if you want to blow up some brown people.
That's probably where you got the idea from.
Jesus Christ! I tried to explain my
Well,
position.
hang on. You know what they say. Brown people are hidey-hidey-o! Anyway,
Oh boy.
Mr.
Prudent,
Hanky, you
can
have
I
to do
just
it.
point out, in all the time you've known me, have you ever known me to give a fuck if you had a valid reason, a thought-out hypothesis, or anything resembling a rational thought to explain your actions? No. I don't give a fuck. I'll take the piss out of you, even if it's the most logical, sensical thing in the world.
You're an asshole.
Yes, and fucking proud of it. So stop killing brown people, get back to the calculator jokes, and try and smooth out your life to the usual shitty level.
Jesus Christ! And I'm half Irish. It's like I can only imagine.
Oh, wait.
No,
You have to prove that
no
to
such
Irish.
thing as half Irish.
Okay, Prudent, I'm going to have this argument with you again.
I just want to point out that Iris confirmed me as actually Irish, partially.
Yeah, because both of your grandparents were, so technically your, what was it, mother? I think it was, technically I vowed that your mother may be Irish, so you could claim half Irish. You're not full Irish, don't get ahead of yourself. But Prudent, is your mother or father Irish?
Yeah, my dad.
Okay, where was he born? In Ireland.
He was born in Michigan, but his
Okay,
Not
Michigan
Irish.
is not a county, town,
Oh,
state,
Bill.
or any variable within Ireland. So he is not Irish, but you could still possibly claim that he may be, you know, of both parents of Irish descent. Technically,
Yeah.
he could be Irish, so you could claim half Irish heritage. Were both of his parents from Ireland, and if so, where?
Okay, I think my Irish ancestry from my dad's side of the family comes from the potato famine. So
Hang on.
That's a when, not a where.
So basically, okay, then I get.
Give a clan name or something for fuck's sake, dude. Come on.
Was he part of the
Okay,
McDougalls?
point taken.
Okay, so will you finally stop saying you're Irish, half Irish, quarter Irish, 1,000th Irish? You are the bastard child of the melting pot of culture that is America. Be little and be still your beating heart. You are nothing but the molten slag of 1,000 bastardized cultures. You're a Yank, deal with it.
As for myself, I'm part English, part Irish, and part French. Therefore, I'm always at war with myself and snooty about it. But beyond making the joke, there's no point to it.
Yeah, I can at least claim. I will at least claim that I'm half Croatian. My mom was born in Croatia.
That's fine. I don't care about Croatia.
Most people don't.
Croatia's a beautiful country. You don't know what you're talking about.
Have you ever been there?
Fuck if it's made out of diamonds.
That's just herbs.
I
I'm
know
not-
Croatians. They're miserable bastards because they came from a shithole.
Hey, Inu, you said you were Irish by background a little, didn't you? I know Polish.
Mostly what we could trace back was mostly just Polish.
I
But
see.
I don't know, I'm American.
Well, they
That
both end with ish.
ish.
See,
now they're
Prudent,
called you
she's
Krapowski
an
or something.
American. You have to hide. See, Prudent, she's proud to be an American. Why aren't you?
No, admitting to being American and claiming to be proud are two different things.
I'm proud to be an American, cause at least I am not brown. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, because if you were brown, Prudent would be trying to bomb you right now.
At least I can have my guns.
I'm proud to be an Irishman. I can drink a barrel of whiskey and punch the Queen in the face.
No,
I
you
think
can't.
that's how our
Pumpkin,
version goes.
it doesn't work.
Oh,
Don't
you're
know
making
what
me
the
want
country
whiskey
is.
now, damn it.
Yeah.
Go back to the fiddle
Play
and
the
the
brown
pipes.
note. Can I just point out the reason that all of Irish folk music is that fiddly diddly shit is simply because no matter how rat-assed you are, it's gonna sound exactly the same.
During the Revolutionary War, why was it that the English brought the Irish to war? Because the colonists fucking hated bagpipes and would shoot them first. Not actually a joke.
Yeah. The main reason that Irish and Scottish forces were deployed in places like India was because the English knew they hated the heat and would take their aggression out on whatever the fuck they were pointed at. So basically, just imagine it. You're a little Indian person. Prudent, resist the urge to bomb them. Okay. You're an Indian person.
Don't bomb India.
Okay. You're Indian, you're sitting in your nice village, you know, you're wearing your silk, you know, you're eating away, blah, blah, blah. There's a tiger roaming around, carried off someone's child, it's terrible. And this, you know, mustachioed chap with a monocle walks up and says, "Hello, my name is Nigel. We're trying to build an empire, you see. If you chaps could just either move off or join in and, you know, help raise our crops of tea and mine your country into degradation, that would just be fucking marvelous."
But this is our country. Do you have a flag?
Okay, so here's how it would not logically progress. Fuck off. Okay, so it hasn't worked. Send in the Irish and Scottish chaps, Bartum. Send them in, come along. So now you have a bunch of angry as fuck people in kilts with bagpipes fucking tooting away, banging on drums, roaring their absolute rage at being denied whiskey for 3 weeks in a godforsaken boiling hellhole full of people the Prudent would love to explode. I love history.
But only if they have nukes.
But yeah, I mean, up in the Northeast, when we're talking about the Revolutionary War and this kind of stuff, it's weird that they will always talk like, so you see the Brits come marching up over the hill and you have the bagpipers in front of them. And then you have, the rebels. And what's the first thing they do? Shoot the guy, not the guys with the guns, they shoot the guys with the bagpipes first.
Make it stop!
Yeah!
Do you want to know the most interesting thing is... Oh, no, it's... Sorry, I was going to say this was about the Revolutionary War, but it's actually about the Civil War. During the Civil War, they had advisors from England, France, Italy, various, militarized European nations come over and advise the armies. And they were absolutely horrified by what they were seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was being done wrong. Both sides would fucking march up in a line, stand in front of each other, fire off a shot, quickly reload because the other people weren't all dead yet, fire another shot, quickly reload, and keep doing this till everyone was dead. When everywhere else, what they were doing is walking up, firing a shot, sticking the bayonet on, and fucking charging and scaring the other ones off.
Yep.
Because Americans don't know how to war properly.
We know now, bitches!
No, you still don't know how to war properly.
Bomb, 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 bomb around!
Ugh.
Don't encourage Prudent.
Is that Prudent trying vodka for the first time?
Oh, wait, let me see.
I don't know, we get the 3 ladies in the room to sing that song, Prudent might actually get hard for the first time in his life.
Oh, come on, I don't want to picture that.
I love seeing children doing stupid things like thinking they can handle liquor.
Oh, look at me, I'm so badass. Look at this shit. Oh. Okay.
Pipe her down, we gotta pipe her down.
Like, for my own entertainment, I gave one of my little cousins a beer. We drank it and spat it out. That's disgusting, why would you drink that? I don't drink it for the taste, I drink because I have to.
I just don't get it, though, the notion of, well, we have a really complex political issue here. What do you think we should do about it? Bomb them! What? Huh? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my American ass can't drink whiskey, it's too brown. I need my vodka.
Oh, no. In Russia, vodka drinks you.
Yeah, we have a card for that.
Yes.
Oh, used to work with a Russian guy, or 3 Russian guys called the 3 Ivans. Psychotic motherfuckers. But there was a brilliant moment where one of them discovered Pachin, which is basically Irish moonshine except stronger. So the first day he discovers this, we don't see him for about 3 days. The next day we see him, he walks up and hugs the site foreman. Says, "Thank you, Irishman. You have shown me the glory of something better than vodka." I quit the job and disappeared for like 4 fucking weeks, and then came back, black-eyed. One of his teeth was missing. He had like 2 broken fingers. "Mr. Foreman, I would like job back." "Why should I give you job back?" "I drank all of my money and my wife broke my hand. Give me job, please."
Because in Russia, never mind. Oh,
Soviet Russia, wives beat their husbands. Now, Prudent, I have to ask, what's your opinion on Russians? I mean, I know they're not brown, but they're from a different place, so do you want to bomb them?
I think you might not want to try bomb Russia. I think you might get terminated. That way.
In Russia, they bomb you.
Or do you think Putin's a badass?
I don't like Putin.
He's definitely.
I think all of the famous pictures of Putin are just for his Grindr profile.
Ooh, could be.
I think in terms of foreign policy, Russia is far more respectable to me than the United States is. I mean, when America went to the Middle East, they pretty much bombed everyone indiscriminately. They bombed mostly the secular dictators, whereas these guys are actually bombing the Islamo-fascists who definitely deserve to die. ISIS.
Try actually going to Russia. You'll see that change very quickly.
I would rather have, man, I would love to see Russia beat the shit out of ISIS.
I just want to see ISIS get the shit beat out of them.
Actually,
Everybody does, including the other radical Muslims.
Actually, I think what the smart thing would have been after the whole 9/11 thing would be for our leader to basically say, you know, right now we are a nation driven mad from pain and rage, and I think it's time for us to turn to our allies abroad to help us deal with the situation, so we have proper time to deal with to mend our wounds, and then tell Russia to have at them.
I think I've always loved the story of the Russian, I think it was like an athletic team captured by Mujahideen, and you know they sent off like, we will kill one of them every day until you meet our demands. So the KGB found the family of the head of the Mujahideen, butchered them, sent them back, and said, "We don't deal with terrorists, but we know where the rest of your clan is." 2 hours later, all of the hostages were released unharmed.
Imagine that.
That's how you fucking deal with terrorists.
Fucking yeah.
And that's the thing is, you know, they don't have the same kind of morality when it comes to doing payback. You know, you'd be better off sending a bunch of Irish folks to deal with it.
Yeah,
one of the things I really get.
When I said that's how you deal with terrorists, like not the Irish ones, because we're just, you know, lovable rogues.
No. I'm saying that the Irish would do a better job dealing with it than some countries, but then you have Mother Russia. Yeah.
One of the things I absolutely hate though from liberals is when they compare the Christian right in the United States to ISIS and call them the American ISIS, and I'm thinking, yeah, when the Christian right in the United States starts raping women in front of their husbands, then I am going to be very happy to call them the American ISIS. But until then, please fuck off.
Oh, yeah, right? I mean, are we going to call Hillbilly, you know, ISIS? He's not beheading anybody.
Well, hold on. It's a matter of degrees. Now, I'm going to ask a both horrible and honest question, because we still have at least some of our Christians in the room. So this is a horrible but honest question. With some of these extremists that we've been seeing in the extreme right wing, if they could legally get away with murdering gays in the street, do you think they would?
I think some of them might.
Some of them. I'm convinced.
Some of them.
I'm convinced because of my interactions that some of them would.
And that's really what when we say things like the American Taliban, that's the kind of mentality we're speaking to. These people that speak of, you know, Sharia law and the Taliban in such a way that it's almost a longing in their voice.
Alright, but here's the thing, though. I said American ISIS because there's a distinction there. The Taliban actually tries to be, well, at least they try to build some stability, whereas ISIS is just discriminating against not only gays, but people of other religious beliefs, and even other Muslims, breaking them just for their own personal beliefs. Like,
how is this different than the right wing?
Have the Christian right ever tried to rape? So ISIS, raping Christian women in front of their husbands. Have anyone in the Christian right said, "Hey, let's rape Muslim women in front of their Muslim husbands"?
No, but they have said you sure have a pretty mouth.
Well, hang on though. Hang on. Let's wait.
If I can say something in Max's
go.
Generally, the Christian right aren't throwing gay people off of buildings.
Yeah, they're not. But this is the question: it's a matter, can they get away with it? And the thing is, there are points at which you're like, well, they know they won't get away with it, but they feel it's worth doing anyway, like blowing up abortion clinics and this kind of stuff. Murdering. I'm going to go back to Tiller for a moment. A doctor who did abortions, late-term abortions, for women whose lives were fucking in danger if they were going to carry the child any longer. This man felt he was doing God's work. He worked at an usher at his church. And a far-right winger walked into the church while this guy was doing his usher duty and shot him in the face in front of the entire congregation and felt justified to do so. Because clearly God wanted him to. Now, the problem is that you have the extremists on all sides. Now, in terms of the Christian extremists, a lot of them speak with this kind of tone as if they wish they could make it law that they were allowed to do these things, to the point that a lot of their claims of persecution and this kind of stuff reeks more of we want to have the right, the legal right to persecute people. And if they got that right and were able to keep pushing it, where would they go? And yes, I know this is a slippery slope fallacy to some degree, but it is also a somewhat realistic question. If they had the kind of power that some of these people seem to be craving, what would they do with it? And that's a scary thought. That's a scary question.
But these guys aren't. So these guys are just individuals acting on their own. There isn't a concerted effort or organization that's carrying this out.
No, there isn't. And if there was a centralized organization carrying this out, what do you think they'd be? I mean, that's really the question.
If there was, I would be happy to call it ISIS, but there isn't in the modern incarnation of the Christian right.
And I think the whole thing of referring to them as, you know, things like the modern Taliban or the American ISIS or something like this is a charged way of basically warning of the dystopian possibilities.
It's a possibility, but they're so unorganized. Sorry, kids.
I was just going to say, look at how Focus on the Family supported the Kill the Gays bill in
Uganda.
Africa.
Uganda. Yeah. Actually, it was kind of interesting because my church was actually going over there to oppose it. Oh, I go to Unitarian Universalist Church.
I've been banned from church, so yay.
There are conservative churches that oppose it as well. Even you Reformed Baptist churches that have opposed it. So you don't have to go that. What?
And good for them.
Yeah, you don't have to be a Universalist to understand that that's wrong.
But in terms of the groups that were going to the UN to deal with this particular issue, there were like 5 different churches that were involved. 5 different church bodies, that's it, that were opposed to murdering people in the street. 5 stood up against it. I don't even think it was 5, I think it was 3 or 4.
There's a name for an effect, a psychological effect, I can't remember what it is, that's basically you're less likely to get help in a crowd of people because everyone else assumes someone else is going to do it.
Yeah.
That's true.
That is called confusion of responsibility. Yeah, it's called.
If you've ever been in an emergency situation, this happens where people just stare and just go up and they just kind of don't know what they're doing. Or there was an incident where a lady was being kidnapped, I think out of our mall, one of our malls in San Diego, and she was being kidnapped and she was screaming and being dragged out, and she was put into the trunk in front of people, and nobody did anything. Like, everybody was just like, what should I do? I don't know.
Yeah, it's because everybody assumes that somebody else is going to call 911.
Well, actually, if we're going to deal with psychology, now, to take it further, if one person gets involved and tries to do something about it, it's not enough. It's the second person that makes the difference.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have any of you seen that show, What Would You Do?
Yeah, it's interesting.
They had something like that here. It wasn't like a proper production, but it was a small-scale thing, and I got involved with it because it was, what would you do if you saw someone kicking a homeless person? And I nearly got arrested because my reaction was to walk up and slam the guy into a fucking wall. I'm partly one of the rare cases of act first, don't think. So I've seen from other people, like watching it after the fact with the guys, the amount of people that would just walk past until something interesting happens. And this is a genuinely useful piece of advice for anyone. If you're in a situation where you have to call for help, there's loads and loads of people around you, single someone out.
Yeah.
And say, hey, you in the blue shirt, fucking help me, you dick.
Yep. Because you need the second person to intervene. Intervention of women, it's one person is never enough. You need to get, if there's a group of people there involved, you need to get that. The moment the second person gets involved, that's when the movement starts. Because otherwise you're just one lone lunatic.
I was told by a police officer that if I was ever sexually assaulted, you don't scream help, you don't scream rape. He said scream fire. Because suddenly it threatens everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Scream terrorist.
Hit.
Scream brown person. That's what Prudent does.
Scream brown person, then Prudent will be running in there with an explosive device.
But yeah, it's there was a TED talk that they were talking about, and what they're doing is this was an experiment actually done with kids, and they'd have one kid sitting there just doing strange things, and they'd study this, and they'd take the kid to different areas and have them just doing weird stuff. And the thing that they noticed is when a second child joined in with whether it be spinning around in circles or dancing or whatever, until the second person joined in, people would just look at them like they were nuts. But the moment the second person joined in, all of a sudden all the kids would start rallying behind it and having fun dancing and or doing whatever. So it's interesting how these movements start. It's the first person isn't really the key. The second one is. And that I thought was absolutely fascinating.
And for the home audience, this is why Jesus has 12 apostles.
Yep.
Yep.
Otherwise, he's just a lunatic running down the street saying he's the Son of God.
And or no, standing on a street corner naked, screaming out things. How would we go with the prophets of old?
Can I just point out that if someone's standing on the street corner naked, if you go up, strip off, and join them, you're not going to start a movement of people to join in. You're just going to get knocked the fuck out by a cop.
Actually, that's kind of what really kind of, I think, what perpetuated the disinterest in the charity in San Diego here called Invisible Children. The Coney 2012, if you remember right, is because when he had a breakdown, and I actually know this guy, and he's not a bad guy, to be truly honest.
I remember seeing the breakdown. It was pretty serious, yeah.
Yeah, he was naked, and he was slapping himself on the ground, and people were really cruel to him. They're saying, this guy's obviously gay, this guy's obviously this guy's obviously a fraud, and this is why he's having a breakdown. And, I mean, people just took away the funding, right and left, just because he had a breakdown. And I thought it was very interesting.
Well,
but another complication was the Uganda, they weren't supportive of the gay law. But there were people that were giving them money that were, so I think that's part of the reason why they, from what I understand.
The Coney thing was, there's a lot more to it when you look into it.
The Coney thing.
I wouldn't promote that by any stretch of the imagination because of the way that they were spending the money. Almost all of it was on basically the promotion, yeah. Like it was something like less than 10% was actually going to actually do anything useful.
Yeah, I think the idea was to promote it and get it so big that you'd get it political. I think that was what they were thinking.
I think the slight problem was the fact that
Coney wasn't actually in the country they were saying he was in. That's another factor.
Wait, wasn't he also like halfway fucking dead?
That's questionable. I'm not sure on that one, but we do know that he was no longer operating in the country they were claiming he was operating in. That much I do know.
I have a serious question for Prudent. Prudent, are you there?
Would you bomb Uganda?
No. It's a genuinely, completely not at all serious joke.
Okay.
Right. Prudent, would you write calculator jokes on the bomb that you would drop on him, considering he's a brown person?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You dick.
Okay.
Prudent, I'll buy your book of calculator jokes if it'll make you feel better.
They actually write those, Kevin?
I guess.
The cheap entertainment out of ruining Prudent's day 1 minute at a time.
Everybody needs a hobby.
Are calculator jokes about calculators and the use of them? Or the funny word that you type by putting in the number?
No, it's just a way to insult socially awkward nerds like Prudent and like I was in high school.
No.
So it is the jokes you type by typing in the number.
Okay.
I mean, my calculator say boobs, guys.
Hey, Kevin.
8005.
Hey, Kevin. Do you like anime?
Not too much. Not nearly as much as Jackie does.
Do you game?
Sometimes.
Hey, Kevin, you got game?
Do you read a lot?
Yeah, I have a lot of books.
So it's a different flavored nerd, right?
Yeah, but Kevin's not socially awkward.
Yeah, it's more of speaking
He's
to
not?
socially awkward.
No, I was a lot worse in high school. Trust me.
If
You
I can
might see
actually,
video of Kevin in a basement, but that was his basement. There is a difference.
I mean, I'm freaking weird. I'll give you. I am a weirdo. I am a movie geek. I am a gamer. You know, I like to read.
I have the excuse of when I was in high school, I was homeschooled for 8 years before that, so
I was
that
homeschooled.
probably contributed to that.
There you go. I feel with you. See, there you go. So here's the thing. See, I don't think there's anything wrong with being awkward or weird or different. I just think it's wrong to be closed-minded and to not explore.
No, Jackie and I are weird as fuck. No one must know.
I actually
buy something for people because I'm almost feeling something close to an emotion.
Now, being called a dork or a geek in my house is actually a
No, Pumpkin, that's called acid reflux.
Yeah.
Hold on, let Pumpkin finish and then
For anyone who thinks I'm just being a cunt to Prudent. Technically I am, but...
Well, yes,
the
you
reason
just
I
suffer from
reference-
prudent reflux disease.
Yeah. I referenced the calculator joke because he once made a big, long-winded joke about putting an equation into a calculator and using the wrong something, like setting or some shit, and started laughing to himself. No one else laughed.
Everyone else was looking at him like, what the fuck?
I think I remember that, actually. Anyway.
Yeah. So I make fun of him for that. I don't genuinely hate the little bastard.
That's because you're not brown.
Oh, get this, Pumpkin. I just searched calculator jokes on Google.
Oh, no.
And on Yahoo Answers, somebody asked the question, does anyone know any good calculator jokes?
Okay. My resident troll is teetering on the edge of getting his ass thrown out for the first time in history. No calculator jokes.
I didn't read any. I was just pointing out that
I'm
people
warning
actually
you in
are.
advance.
I did actually fail a physics quiz in high school once because I had my graphing calculator set to like degrees instead of radians.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah,
It's not funny. It's just,
It was just stupid.
it doesn't make for fun for the room unless you're talking to
I know.
mathematicians or something.
This wasn't like, hey, this one time I made this mistake and it fucked me up. That's kind of amusing. It was this long-winded spiel using like parts of the equation and then saying, but I had it on the wrong setting. Isn't that hilarious? And collectively everyone went dead silent waiting for an actual punchline and then said no. So Prudent, I don't completely hate you, but you're a fucking idiot who needs to be ridiculed at every opportunity for hating brown people and having calculator jokes.
And just spoiler alert for Prudent, that was hyperbole.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
I think Prudent just missed the only time in his life where I'll actually be at least halfway decent to him. And I'm okay with that.
Oh my god. Okay, I found the Yahoo Answers thread Headless was talking about. Let me just read one. This is terrible. There was one girl, she was 16. She had sex 69 times for 3 days. 11669 times 3. Turn it upside down and it spells loose. Come on. That's so stupid.
Calculator shaming.
Fucking calculator patriarchy. Damn it, I'm bored. Prudent, stop bombing brown people.
You know, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, me making coffee does not mean it's time for a moment of silence.
Okay.
The death of sanity.
We do need a moment of silence for all of the brown people Prudent has mercilessly killed in his
In his
bomb.
brain.
Okay.
So can we get Gary in here so we can make fun of him for saying mental illness isn't a disability?
Oh no. Who said that? Is that Phony Beetle?
Yeah.
Oh no, no.
Wait, who's
Oh
fighting
my
Wagner?
god,
Actually, could I segue? Could I segue into an actual
Yes.
serious?
Actually, hang on. Before you do segue, I need to clarify. At the very beginning of this, we did talk with him a bit about that when we first went off online, and what he was attempting to say and communicating poorly was that he feels that mental disability should be considered a disability.
And it is.
And it's not by some countries. That's what he was trying to convey, and he was doing it that fucking poorly. Anyway, sorry, go ahead and feel free to segue.
Oh, I was just going to say that people shame people for mental illness. So if you admit that you have a mental illness, and I don't know how it is in Ireland, but here in the U.S., you admit that you have a mental illness, you get shamed for it. Your job, if your job ever finds out, you could lose your job. Trust me, I know. If you admit to mental illness, people suddenly think that every single thing you do is through that lens. Not everybody, but a lot of people. And the other thing is I've noticed that when people are going through something so severe, maybe their type of mental illness requires them to get on disability, they're treated badly for that. Like they don't have something real. And so it is very frustrating to watch. I am not on disability because of mental illness, but I have mental illness light as far as I have a manageable depression and anxiety, but it's still a bitch. So I understand enough to know that people that have something even harder to manage, like I don't know, schizophrenia, maybe bipolar, something like that, that it is a bitch to manage. It is, and why should we be begrudgingly and treat people badly if they need to be on disability? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I think over here, more a case of you'll have people like, if they find out you have the old lady gossips, saying, whispering behind their hands at you. If you get, fucking hell, if you get fired from your job, you can sue for wrongful dismissal and walk away with a lot of money.
Well, the problem...
And then get rehired by the people you just sued because they have to.
Actually, it depends. Now, in the case of places like Texas, for example, which is what they refer to as a right-to-work state, which really means you have no fucking right to work. They can fire you for any fucking reason on a whim. They don't even need to give a reason, and it doesn't really matter. So they can just, in terms of attempting to try and get any kind of lawsuit or retaliation, it's damn near impossible.
Yeah,
because they can fire you for not tying your shoes the right way if they want to.
Well, they could try that here, but then they'd just get lynched, like what happened in the 1700s with a lot of dock workers, getting pissed off their bosses and hanging them for grain.
Yeah, but the thing is, when right-to-work states, they can pretty much do that, unfortunately. And, yeah.
Yeah, why don't you just kill all the bosses to act like dicks, and eventually decent ones will come along?
Well.
Firing someone for not tying shoelaces up.
Because Americans have no balls. Oh, hey, Cliff.
Hi there. I was just saying, firing someone for tying up the shoelaces badly, that doesn't sound like grounds for dismissal.
But in a right-to-work state, you could certainly dismiss somebody for that. You don't need a reason. You can do any fucking reason will do.
Wait a minute. I would
In
just
your
like...
first 90 days, you can be dismissed too for any reason in California.
Yeah. In Texas, it's, in your first 80 years, you can be fired for any reason.
Yeah, Arizona too. Arizona. That's another right to work.
It's important to note that Prudent has left to bomb some brown people.
Aww, they dropped Prudent on them.
Maybe that's the answer. Just drop Prudent.
Sure. Never mind.
Yeah, the fact that he's been going, neocon, whatever the fuck lately, it's like, dude, really?
No what?
Neoconservative, pro-America, nationalist, let's bomb all the other countries bullshit.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that Drunk Bear flat card that asked, what did the U.S. airdrop to the children of Afghanistan and Iraq? Exactly.
What did they drop, sorry?
It's a Drunk Bears card. It's, they airdropped blank, so you fill in the blank.
That's a CA. That's a normal Cards Against Humanity card. Yeah. But yeah, they dropped Prudent.
Yeah.
Drunk Bears needs some cards altering. Get rid of some of the old ones that aren't terribly meaningful.
Yeah, I know.
The thing I get a kick out of, though, is this notion of hyper nationalism. Let's bomb the crap out of everyone that isn't us, and this and that. If the entire world looked at things that way, we would never not be at war.
Well, the thing I've always loved about that is the idea that you have absolutely no control. It's not like when you're in the womb. Like, I always take this in the Russell Howard way he said it, talking about English nationalists, which is, you're not in the womb saying, "Mother, point your fanny towards Dover." It doesn't work like that.
Now, I'm going to turn back on video for one brief moment here if I can. And we get my bandwidth back up.
You're pushed out where you're pushed out, and that's the fucking end of it.
There we go. Okay. And just as another statement, there is something indeed that's been changed in the background here. There is a new chair here, and I'd like to thank my patrons for that, because that's what this month's patron money went to. Yay!
Wait, I thought you were giving me some of that money.
I thought I could see. Have you got a blue keyboard as well?
Yeah.
Sure.
I can't see you now, though.
Hang on. Actually, my keyboard is... let me see if I can find the switch. There we go. I hardly ever use the damn thing.
Real shiny.
Here we go.
Char's here!
I need a new keyboard.
I have a whole bunch of colors.
I have a funny feeling that your keyboard is exactly the same one as mine.
Mine has, I think, 5 colors.
No, it might be slightly different, Cliff.
Yeah, mine's a
You
bit
have
different.
a pound key.
What?
Yeah,
Instead of a dollar sign.
well, we have both. We do have both.
Where's your string? Show me the string.
No, my keyboard is a little bit different. It's a different model. And how many colors do you have on that sucker?
$1.07.
Yeah, I've got the green, the dark blue, the red, the purple, and the teal. Or rather, cyan, rather. Sorry.
Has anyone found a keyboard for short fingers?
Yes.
Anyone? I know there's a couple, but
it's called a BlackBerry.
Yeah.
Razer's keyboards tend to be smaller.
Really? Because I've looked at the ratio, like the key spacing and stuff, and I haven't found anything. Like
I don't know
really,
how tiny your hands are.
I
But
really like tablets and like netbooks and stuff because they tend to have smaller keyboards.
how small are your hands? Are they like little squirrel hands?
I have short fingers.
Yes, the little squirrel hands. Char is, in reality, a squirrel.
That explains it all.
Tried wearing outlandishly large gloves.
Oh gosh.
We can get those.
Fingers extended.
Back in the 80s, there was an ET toy that was like a finger extender with a light in it. If you got like 10 of them, then you'd have really long fingers that lit up, and then you could type from like across the room.
Yeah, and then the Ravers got their hands on those.
My keyboard is so old I don't even have like the WASD keys have nothing left on them.
Actually, I was going to say the keyboard that we have for the tablet's probably about the right size for small fingers.
The keyboard's not old, Char. That's called a challenge.
Well, I don't need to look at the keys.
That's called I play too many fucking video games.
It is called that, I know.
I tell you what, if you want to entertain yourself, this is what I got very bored in detention one day in the computer lab. Why they let me in there, I don't know. Just get the keyboard, pop the keys off, swap them around, and rebind a few keys.
We used to do that at work all the time. We used to rearrange people's keyboards so that they said "fuck you."
Oh yeah, see, everyone knows the whole like for April Fool's joke, you change a person's keyboard layout to like Dvorak or something like that. So it's
Yeah.
No. That's not what you do. You do something more evil. You create a custom layout where you do things like replace, swap I and L, swap 3 and 2. Turn off, like, disable the Q and X keys so they can't quit out of anything, so they think that they're dead and they need to get a new keyboard. You just do shit like that just to completely fuck with people.
But Kevin,
This explains a lot. This explains why Gary can't spell properly.
What I think is funnier
Did someone prank his keyboard
Someone
like
pranked him in
years ago? And
2010, and he hasn't realized it yet.
You can almost always tie people that are well read. If you like, I'm well read, but you'll see that well, now I'm stuttering too. You'll see that I'll struggle with spelling, and you can almost always catch the people that do, because if you listen sometimes when I stumble on words and exchange things, you'll see if you listen, and I think that Phony has something like that, because like I think he knows better. It's just that
Well, the
his
thing is,
brain decides to go, oh.
well, hang on. The reason why I rag on him and the little helper seal that does all of his typing for him isn't that he has a problem. The reason why I rag on him is because he can fucking do it. And the more worked up, and the more he wants to make sure that his point is clear, the more he doesn't pay attention and fucks up.
Yeah.
And he doesn't make an effort to try and make himself understood. Plus, some of his ideas are just batshit.
Yeah.
I think the problem I get is that he doesn't go back and fix it.
Well, his back was hurting, Cliff. He had to stand up.
Yeah. That's a
His
really
spell
bad...
drive was off. His spell
Sorry.
drive was off.
I mean,
Yeah,
he's been
that-
going on. Gary's been
that-
going on for
the
weeks
length
saying that
of
people
the-
that. Sorry. Gary's been going on for weeks saying that people that are mentally disabled aren't disabled. And what he's been trying to say is that his government doesn't recognize certain mental disabilities as being disabilities, and he thinks that they should. This is not what he's been saying.
See, hold on.
Yeah, when you communicate, you need to try to make an effort. So, like, this is
Yeah.
all about communication, right? So we all have to work harder to make ourselves clear.
Here's a good example is the Tumblr post you made that I linked earlier. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty free of spelling mistakes. It was completely readable. And then you get to the end, and he misspells the hashtags, which are like the most important thing to get right if you want them to actually do anything.
And what hashtag was that, Kevin, that he misspelled?
Disability.
Yeah.
So he's writing a Tumblr page about disability and misspelled hashtag disability.
Do you know what this reminds me of? A friend of mine who she has two problems. The first one is that she does exactly the same, types something and hits enter and doesn't really look at it until someone points it out. So she had a problem with her email because she used the name Samantha. And when people sort of, she keeps saying, every time I email you, it seems to bounce or something. And she had to point out that, unlike her, they could spell her name. She spelled it Samantha. She left
Kara's out in the chat.
when filling in the username, And the second one is that she would just create some amazing merch. This online community I'm a part of, we're talking about hobbies, and she said that she likes to go to chariot shops to collect Forever Fiend bears. That's charity shops to collect Forever Friend bears. Although Forever Fiend does sound fun.
And now we know where Ben-Hur shops as well.
Apparently.
Bear-Hur, yeah.
Bear-Hur, yeah.
I like Ben-Hur, but when it comes to revenge stories, I do prefer the Count of Monte Cristo.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, Jackie. Boop.
Don't boop in front of us.
Boop.
No. No booping.
You're schmoopy.
What the fuck?
No.
It's how you, if you want Jackie to say no, just tell her boop. It's funny.
Puppies, Jackie. You want to see my puppy?
Puppies! Yeah.
If you want to get Jackie to scream puppies and go deaf, you show her a puppy.
Hang on a second.
No, it was for a second there I thought like someone's dog was shitting on their keyboard.
How about that one?
No.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, I have to.
That dog has no back legs.
It was a bit of a preemptive mute, but
Yeah.
before my ears got blown out.
There we go.
Jackie's asleep. Post pictures of puppies.
I'd say this would probably be a bad time to tell Jackie that.
Oh, he doesn't. The puppy does not like the new chair. He can't get up in it with me.
Probably a bad time to say to Jackie that I have eaten dog before and it was delicious.
I think I did too. I don't know if it was delicious, but
heard
it
it
tasted like meat. And I don't.
How do you think that you did and not know that you did?
Oh, I traveled in China for a while.
There was a place that was around the corner from where I lived that was busted for having a meat locker full of local animals that had gone missing.
I ate
Oh,
some
I'm
meat that didn't taste quite the same as what I knew. And I also, they had spits outside that were dogs. Like, you could tell they were dogs being roasted. So, I probably ate.
Can we not talk about eating dogs anymore?
We don't have to, but you know what? I have to bring this up. I feel really bad for chickens, honestly.
Why chickens?
I don't know. You know what? I don't...
They're cute.
If you eat them, that's fine. But
Just as a footnote, in Mother Russia, chicken eats you.
no, I just feel bad for the hens that lay eggs that don't get to go out and go for a walk. Like, it's just sad.
What about the free-range eggs?
Well, that's what I buy, and I pay a fortune for them, but it makes me feel
Well, yeah,
a little
you
better.
run around the barnyard and pick the eggs up. That's why they put them in cages.
Do you want to know the funny thing is? You can put free range on a box and still have them be in, the factory setting.
Well, no, there's difference between free run and free range.
Oh, no. You can
Right.
put free range and free run. You can put whatever you want in the box.
Yeah,
It's not an official title.
yeah,
It's not-
I know. So with free range, you only have to let them outside 1 hour a day.
Yeah.
It's terrible, right? Like, that's nothing, but that's the legal requirement, which is still crap. Free run chickens are usually allowed to run free for 24 hours a day, but within an enclosed environment with no sun.
So basically, they get treated like prisoners.
Yeah.
No, Char, it's not without the sun. It's without the apparent ability for a flying predator to get them.
Yeah, that too.
Without the one exception between chickens and prisoners is that prisoners don't get killed and eaten.
They do around here, just because. Hey, kebab shops have to
It's
fuel
just so
themselves.
different when you travel like anywhere. Like when you travel anywhere to the third world, everybody has chickens everywhere, all over the place, right? And they just let them run around.
A new rule: people that have others blocked that are not actually saying anything for a chronic period of time will be ejected.
I have nobody blocked.
No. Well, I got a few people blocked, but no one in particular.
Now this goes back to the kids' para bullshit.
Okay. So anyway, dog is quite tasty, but you have to be shit-faced when you go into the kebab shop.
I've also eaten sparrow, which I didn't like as much. It had a lot of lime on it, though. So.
Have you ever eaten crow?
No, I don't think so.
Me neither, but only metaphorically.
No, not even metaphorically.
Oh, I've eaten plenty of crow metaphorically.
Well, I try not to.
What?
The metaphoric crow meal.
I think the weirdest thing I've eaten when we lived in Germany in the 80s, there was this sort of town on the north coast of the sea, because Germany does have a sea. Anyway, so we're up on the north coast, and there's this town, and there's like a tourist trap thing. So you basically go down the street, and it's just a street full of fish places, and they specialize in certain dishes, So you've got one that specializes in squid, another one that's octopus, and another one that's swordfish, and so on. You can work your way through. You just have a one cube of it on the way, and try different flavors just to see what it's like. And I was perfectly fine until they got to dolphin. I was like, I can't eat dolphin.
Was it? Hang on. Was it dolphin fish? Because dolphin fish isn't dolphin.
Well, it was dolphin. It said dolphin, but I don't know. Up to kid. But anyway, my little kid head. I've been wait, I can't eat flipper. You expect a little boy to come around the corner saying flipper.
I did notice, however, you started with squid and then octopus when you went through that. Have you been watching tentacle porn?
Or too many
Also,
fruit
can I point out
videos.
that if Germany has a C, then you're definitely spelling it wrong.
But It does though.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the Tirpitz sale thereof?
The what?
The Tirpitz and the Bismarck and Prince Eugen, and all those sorts of things.
This sounds like British crap to me.
Am I supposed to be answering a question? Because
You mean-
I'm drinking.
I don't know.
British.
Someone just said that they didn't think there was an ocean, the sea.
No,
See-
I was making a joke.
Do you ever kind of say
The letter C, Cliff.
Okay, Cliff, if Germany has a C, you're spelling it wrong.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
There we go. When a fucking belligerent drunk is quicker on the draw than you, you're fucked.
It's a bit worrisome.
As a footnote for somebody that just Skyped me, if you want to speak, technically you should consider unmuting yourself. Anyway. But that's neither.
Is
here
it
nor
me? Am I muted? Did I?
No. Kizzy was muted for over a half hour and was like, I tried speaking. I'm like, dude, you were muted for like 40 minutes. You were talking to no one.
Also, Kizzy, just to point out, you were able to unmute yourself to say something and then muted yourself again.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to eating dogs.
Oh, enough with the eating dog thing. Come on.
No,
Come on,
not
let's-
that good. I've
let's
eaten
switch it.
larva though, and larva tastes like rice.
Actually, there was one Asian food place that we ordered from at one point, and I don't remember I don't remember who it was that ordered it, but every bit that they brought was wrong. The noodles were wrong in my pork lo mein, and the pork tasted a little bit weird. And don't even get me started on the shrimp fried rice, because that was not shrimp. We spent hours trying to figure out what it was, but shrimp do not have 4 feet in those positions.
No.
I think your problem, heathens, is one, the Asian food places are actually technically called restaurants, and you may have been ordering with an accent.
No, it was some kind. I really believe it was some kind of grub or something that they had. And it was just,
Well, no, but so here's a question then. Like, if say a burger joint that you liked, and maybe not McDonald's because that's kind of like low, right, on the ranking of. But say like a burger joint you did like that had food you generally enjoyed. Say they introduced a burger that was like larva or something like that mixed into your meat protein, so you couldn't really tell. Right, it's just a burger. Would you eat it?
Yep.
I would.
As
I
long
don't.
as it's, sanitary and health
Yeah.
things guaranteed, yeah, I would.
Yeah, and I think it's. I mean, everything we know scientifically says that stuff is easier and, it's more environmentally friendly. It's
Good protein.
quick to grow. It's very good protein. Yeah.
I have one of my friends try to gross me out by cooking I think it was like locusts or insects or something he'd got. And he was like, "Oh, bet you won't eat these." And I just took a handful and crunched away on them. They tasted like shit, but they weren't too bad. Like,
They
there was
tasted
no,
like shit, but they weren't too bad. What is
no.
It was tasty
You
shit.
gotta cook them right.
Right.
Oh, well, see.
It
And
wasn't the worst taste in the world, and I expected it to feel a lot worse.
I've never actually had escargot, but snails taste nasty.
I'm not into the fishy thing. I don't know.
Snails aren't fish.
I know. I had omelets in China, or was that? No, wait, it was Laos, and I had these omelets, and they were so cool because they roasted them and they had a barbecue, and they put them in these banana leaves with toothpicks to hold the banana leaf in a box, and they made these little omelets, and they were awesome. But then I read the ingredients, and apparently I was eating bee larvae, and I don't know what else, but it mixed with egg, and it was fine. I didn't mind it.
Bee
I
larva.
think it's a mentality thing, isn't it? The idea of eating larva or insects or something like that is just, queasy for us. Well, they do this in the Far East.
No problem trying new food. I will draw the line at elephant turd.
Oh, you know what? I can't eat fur at all. Fur is not.
People
You
eat
can't
fur?
eat what?
Wait, what?
Well, No, they don't eat fur on purpose. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to what's gross, anything with hair or fur on it, I can't do that.
I don't know. There are
people,
certain things
ate
with
fur.
hair on them that I do enjoy eating, I have to say.
I can't, and I don't. I don't like hair.
How about hair?
I don't like it. It's gross.
Oh, okay, not literally eating fur. You mean? Like,
Yeah, I'm being perverted, yeah.
But I mean, like, what I'm referring to is, like, you know, when you watch like Fear Factor, right? Like all the stuff they eat, I could eat most of it, but as soon as it's got fur on it, no.
Oh, like a tarantula.
Yeah, I couldn't eat a
Little-
tarantula because
It's the
of
little
fur.
hairs. It's
I
got
couldn't do it because of the hair. I couldn't do that.
So fun fact, I have sort of a weird eating disorder, which is extremely narrow and selective, right? So like, it's not about like me being skinny or purging or anything like that. It's about me just being extremely picky. So Fear Factor for me, it's like the stunts look fun.
Yeah.
But that food is just a no-go. I think I'd literally die. I would just die.
I agree. The food is the worst part of it. But I could almost do. I could do most of it. It's just not the fur. Like they did once where you had to do cow snout and it had fur on it, and that was the end. I was like, no,
disgusting.
I could never. No, I'd walk away right there. Just can't do fur. Smells are bad for me too, but I think I could plug my nose and try not to.
Yeah, any of the weird food, man, like there's no way. There's just absolutely no way.
The only other thing that bothers me is small spaces.
Well, weird food is
You can do small
actually
spaces.
kind of a thing for both my wife and I. You know, we go someplace and there's something on the menu that we've never tried before. We'll be like, okay, cool, let's give it a shot.
I am the opposite. So I'll go to the restaurant and I'll go, oh, let's go to Outback or anyone. I'll use Outback as an example. I have this one thing that I am fixated on and I'll eat. And if they go, well, we don't have that, I'm like, I don't want to eat here anymore. I don't know what to do.
There are places that I'm like that with. There was this place that I went. Now, whenever I'm going to some place that has Italian food, my go-to is chicken parm, because actually I can make a pretty mean chicken parm. And I figure that's kind of the default thing. If you fuck up chicken parm, then I don't want to eat there ever again. And I went to one place that had really good chicken parm. I went back there about a week later. I'm like, I want to get that again, and it was no longer on the menu, and I was not happy. And the gal that I was with at the time just kept giving me endless shit about it, and I'm like, fine, I'll just fucking order this. And the thing they brought me out had a medallion of uncooked fucking chicken in with everything else. I'm like, oh great, you're trying to poison me now. No, I'm not going back here ever at this point. But yeah, that was a fun night.
Yep.
Of course, my favorite was, well, we could make you something else if you'd want. I'm like, after being served this, and you basically trying to poison me? No, you won't. You'll just give me my fucking money back.
Heathens, tell us your Red Lobster story.
It's like, okay, we've just clearly fucked up your food, but we can make you something else, which gives you an even higher chance of fucking up.
Yeah.
You have to do it for free, which pisses off the chef.
Okay, and I've been asked to tell the Red Lobster story. Now, mind you, I'm originally from New England, near Maine. And after coming down here to Texas, one of the places we went to was Red Lobster, which of course is a place that nobody up in the Northeast will fucking eat at, unless they're a tourist and they don't know any better, because Red Lobster sucks and it's overpriced crap. But I came down here, hadn't had lobster in ages, so I said, what the fuck? So we went to Red Lobster. Me and this gal that I'd brought down from... Well, actually, I'd met her. She was from Texas initially, and I brought her up to the Northeast for a while. Then we came back down here. And we go to Red Lobster, and I ordered lobster, and they bring out these lobsters. And on the back of mine is this mark. And it's kind of black with a little bit of brown going around the edges, and I just took one look at the lobster and kind of sat back. And I turned to the guy that put it in front of me, and I said, I can't eat this. And he goes, but you ordered it. And I said, I can't eat this lobster. Well, why? I said, see that there? That's toxic waste. That mark on the shell is from toxic waste. So he goes to get the manager. Manager comes over and starts explaining to me that they look different after being cooked, and after show him that this is toxic waste, yada yada, explain it to him, and he tries to give me the runaround. The woman I was there with at the time turns to him and says, by the way, before you start talking about actual Maine lobster anymore with somebody from Massachusetts, about a couple hundred miles from Maine, you might want to actually sit there and consider paying attention for a minute. So they bring out another one, and it was funny because the one they brought her was also one that should not have been fucking put in to be sold because it was pregnant. It had eggs all over it. It's like all the little black eggs. And so one lobster with eggs and the other one with toxic waste. It's like, okay, here are lobsters that should not be served to anyone. You guys are doing great.
Well, aren't the eggs like extra flavoring though? Like sort of like the sushi eggs, you know?
Well, I mean, no, not really. They're kind of crap. I mean, I just shoved them out of the way. I don't mind eating it. That's not a big deal. But toxic waste, yeah, that's kind of a problem. Holy
I
shit.
have a question for you, Hazens. It's a simple one that I've asked people that work with seafood or eat it a bit. Clams, mollusks, that sort of things. If they're open before you cook them, would you eat them?
They're bad. You can actually get poisoned.
Yep. And if they're still closed when they're cooked, would you eat them?
After cooking, if they're still closed, usually.
Okay, you actually know something. The amount of people I know that think that, oh, if they're still closed, they need to be thrown away. No, you're a fucking idiot.
You know what? I like some fish, but I do not like oysters and clams. Forget that.
Well, the thing is, you have basically the seal, the muscles that hold it shut, so to speak, and the seal at the end there. And sometimes the seal doesn't break. That's not a big deal.
Is it a helper seal?
Is it a helper seal?
Oh, no, it's a different kind of seal. Well, I suppose it's helpful to the muscle, but you know.
Oh.
I love
anytime someone says seal, all I think is, let's go clubbing.
But the thing is, what surprises me is that I've gone places where they're serving steamers, clams. And occasionally you'll see this person that's like, I don't really like the way they taste. The end of the scan, I'm like, you're not pulling off the condom. What the hell's the matter with you? They have a little condom by the neck that you need to pull off. And there are some people that don't know enough to do that, which amazes me. Kind of looks like a condom, at least. I don't know what else to call it.
I have to admit, I don't.
It's your dirty, sinful, perverted mind.
I have to admit, though, in terms of sinful, dirty, perverted minds, I wonder what Dewey Ducks taste like. I've never tried a Dewey Duck.
I don't know what that is.
There are these clams that, let's just say the neck of the clam is so massive that it looks, yeah.
Oh, those things.
Yeah. Well-endowed clams, we'll just say.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, I've shucked and slurped a few oysters.
Interesting. I haven't eaten that much in the way of animals that are weird.
Whatever I can get my hands on.
I'm not a huge meat fan, right?
Anything that doesn't run too fast.
Mm.
I think the only weird animal I've eaten was a cross-eyed cow.
Mm.
You know, if it manages to outrun the bullet, then I'm not going to eat it.
Yeah.
Years and years ago, I had a friend who, his mum had this weird tradition of having like a mixed meat pot. I don't know where this ancient family recipe came from. But
probably came out of the potato famine.
No, sorry. But I assume it was something to do with the famine because, well, I vaguely remember cat.
Cat?
Oh dear.
No. Deer is called venison. Yeah, I've got a freezer.
I don't like venison at all, and it smells terrible.
Honestly, venison does smell a little funky. I've got to agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, it also depends on how it's killed. Because if you don't get a clean shot, the adrenaline gets pumping, and the adrenaline basically spoils the meat, and ends up tasting extremely gamey. But if you get a good shot, it's fine once it's cooked. But my wife can't eat beef, so we do a lot of venison.
It honestly doesn't help either when one of your earliest memories of a dead deer is it hanging headless from your swing set and dripping into the snow. I find that kind of turns me off a little bit.
We didn't have that problem.
Come spring, you didn't use that swing set again, did you?
I had trouble. Well, my dad put the swings back on, but it just didn't really seem like the same swing set.
Just as a note for people who are watching, if you ever played the Slender Man game, there is an achievement for riding the swings and going down the slide.
Yes, there is.
And that is for playing on a swing set in a horror game.
Yep.
I would never do such a thing. That's terrible.
Okay, you're telling me that if you went into a creepy wooded area with fog, mist, it's generally messed up, and you see a swing set, you wouldn't jump on it and go, wee!
I would.
If I was being chased by Slenderman, I don't think so.
I would.
To be fair, if you're being chased by a Slenderman, you're not going to know till you're dead.
I could never get confused with Slenderman. Just wouldn't work. Too round.
Yeah, there was this place that it's not far from here, and you see things like the Gordon Kitchen Nightmares and all this kind of stuff. And there was this one little place that somebody said like, oh, you should try this place out, and we're like, no, okay. And they didn't tell us why, so we looked up online, and there were some good reviews, but they all looked canned. That, oh yes, their food is wonderful, blah, 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 blah. And then there were some people talking about how much of a lunatic the owner was. And so we're like, is this Sour Grave somebody that used to work there, whatever? I don't fucking know. So we went by there, and, Italian place. Default order, chicken parm. It was cardboard that was breaded, I swear to God. It was horrible. It was never done.
Wait.
It
What was this place called?
I'd have to look it up again, but
It wasn't a chain or
no,
anything
it's
like
not a
that.
chain. It's near where I live, and so what happens is they come over, and I say, this chicken parm, what the heck's going on here, guys? And said something about it, and the manager immediately comes over, basically accusing us of trying to skip out on the bill.
What?
And starts giving us shit, telling us how wonderful his food is, and that we have no taste.
Yeah, that's like 3 reviews on Yelp right there.
Oh my gosh, we had fun that night. Oh my! Now the food was terrible. It was like, okay, yeah, we're going to go out and get something to fucking actually eat after this.
If you
But-
can get his name, you can put him on People.
Oh, it was fucking horrendous. It was
People's
hilarious.
dead.
Oh, is it already dead?
Oh
Damn.
yeah, the
I was gonna
website-
rate all my former bosses.
The website's gone, and their Twitter and Facebook accounts are gone.
Really? It took that?
Wow.
It was that quick? Oh, shit.
What's gone, Kevin?
This is dumbass. It's a
People.
it's a
People
start-
rating site.
It's a website / smartphone app, which is like Yelp for people. Basically, a way to harass people online who you don't like. And the 2 women who were like in charge of it was still like an idea. There was no release date. There was no suggestion that this was actually going to become something. But the 2 women who were like in charge of it were getting absolutely just like bombarded on social media with people saying, "Oh, this is a terrible idea. You shouldn't do this," and they were just oblivious to it. And one of them even posted on Facebook, "How do I stop people from replying to my comments?" It's like, oh, you want to make an app that lets you harass or ask for unsolicited opinions from other people, but you don't want people's unsolicited opinion on your app. I see.
No, this is where the internet lost. The internet should have sat back, let these women produce their app, and then the first 2 people that get criticized on the app or called out for it were them.
Oh yeah, but
This is because the internet is full of fucking morons.
Like, trolls today do not respect the craft. If you're gonna troll someone, you gotta play the long game.
Yeah, right.
You don't just run in like an idiot and yell and scream and make stupid noise and then run away, because that's
remember,
childish.
Trolling is a art.
Yes.
Yeah, mate. I love it when you say. Yeah, I love it when you're effectively saying, "Oh, in my day, this is how it used to be done in my day."
Well, I'm not like internet old school, but even I remember like proper, for lack of a better term, old fag trolling.
Oh yeah, me too. I've been around since the early 2000s.
There's something brilliant about people who are so fucked up in those or like so fucked up in general that they're happy to just like, yeah, I'm a Christ fag, I'm an old fag, I'm an oom fag. Just like pick a word, stick fag on the end of it. I'm happy with it as a label for me. That takes balls. Balls are good. That guy's good. Also, prudent. Stop being a conservative. You're a dick.
So what are you saying there, Pumpkin? Is Prudent a dick fag?
Well, the
He's a
thing is, like,
neocon fag.
well, I actually.
Yeah, my theory with Prudent is that you know how atheists tend to be liberal and tend to be actually sane. Well, he
No, they don't.
I
plenty of insane
it's
liberals.
a joke.
Okay.
And my theory is that Prudent is just conservative and like extreme with his
no, he's just
political
uptight.
views on the other side because he wants to be a hipster about it.
Okay, wait. Hang on. Let me try something here. Okay, Prudent, I'd like you to say with me the nonconformist oath. I promise to be different.
I promise to be different.
I promise to be unique.
I promise to be unique.
I promise not to repeat things other people say.
I promise not to repeat things other people say.
Oh.
I promise to be an asshole.
Oh, fail.
Oh, fuck! Alright, I that one. Like 5 seconds.
The fact you didn't realize what was going on in the first second.
I was at.
Okay,
you know what,
all right. This is official. Which is funnier? Prudent falling for the nonconformist oath, or Matt Slick getting Gary to slap himself in the face?
Nonconformist oath.
Wait, that happened?
Yes.
Yeah,
actually did it.
Matt Slick told Gary to put his hand up in front of his face and move it rapidly towards and he went smack.
Slap yourself in the head.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they cruelly laughed when he did it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, anybody can cruelly laugh if you're going to do that, Gary.
Yeah.
So on a scale of Gary to Prudent, which was funnier?
I didn't see the Gary thing.
I think Prudent was funnier. I think the Gary thing was just mean.
Yeah.
Okay, Prudent.
Say something profound.
There were a lot of occasions where I'd be standing there and I'd be talking to some little blonde and I'd be like, okay, I have a question for you. If you're standing facing north and you have your hand next to your left ear and there's wind coming from the east, you feel the wind on your palm. And the number of times that they'd go, yes? It's like, okay.
Wait, you have your hand on your left ear?
Next to your left ear. Do you feel the wind on your palm? No, because your fucking head is in the way. Unless the air is whistling between your fucking ears, you do not feel the wind on your palm.
Okay, Prudent.
But the default answer of yes tells me all I need to know about them.
Yeah.
Prudent. I'm curious. What are your conservative ideologies?
It's simple.
Conservative.
The brown people.
No, just around.
I'm genuinely curious to hear what his conservatism is.
Yeah, well, it depends. Like, there are some areas like where I'm not that.
Okay.
Please
No, don't mute him, Tedless. Come on.
Gotta get a mic.
All right. I will not mute Prudent.
Not when he's actually answering an actual question, please. Come on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It sort of depends. There are some areas I'm not like that far to the right, and then there are some areas where maybe I am a little more to the right than most. In terms of foreign policy, I'm very hawkish. I mean, like, very hawkish.
Oh, hawkish. That's what you call it, I see.
Okay, Prudent. Explain what you mean by hawkish.
It means very interventionist, willing to...
So, in other words, you think the United States should tell other countries how to run their shit, and you should use the U.S. military to, support U.S. interests. Uh-huh.
So, Prudent, you would agree with military bases being put in every country on Earth?
Not necessarily, but I would like more.
But like that's the easiest way to intervene in any situation is just stick a military base down, wait for shit to go down, throw the men in. You're you would approve of boots on the ground intervention.
Depends where the country is. I mean, I wouldn't really mind that in Iran, Saudi Arabia, even some other countries in the Middle East.
You want to attack Saudi
Wait, hang on. Is this only intervention when it comes to brown people?
No, not brown people, but I'm going to say this.
Would you put a military base in Andorra?
Right, okay, I have a genuine question. Do you considering you would like to see, military bases in shitholes like Saudi Arabia, what would be your opinion of military bases in Germany?
Yeah, unnecessary because those are our allies. We don't need to put a military base in.
Oh, so you want to put military bases in all the countries that don't like us, even if
So
we
wait a
don't.
I seem to remember
I have a place that I'm actually going with this, so just bear with.
Okay.
So you think we shouldn't have military bases in Germany?
It's not necessary for today's geopolitical.
Okay, then why are there military bases in Germany?
I don't think that's necessary.
That doesn't answer the question.
To the best of my knowledge, the last time I was chatting with, I can't remember if he was Army or Marines, and he'll kill me either way.
Well, Germany's actually a key position due to its location within Europe as a buffer zone.
Yeah, so
as a buffer zone between the former Soviet bloc countries.
So your problem with this, Prudent, and I am genuinely trying to enlighten you because I've made similar fuck-ups myself. You seem to be pushing more towards we need to put the military in places that already hate us to stop them, without realizing that by doing that you're just making it easier for those people to hate America.
Yeah.
You're basically helping administer a self-perpetuating cycle of they hate us, they throw rocks at the tank, we blow up a village. We blow up the village, more people throw rock, we blow up more villages, and so on and so forth.
And when it comes to cycles of hate, listen to the
Irish. Something like the war on terror can never be won because you can't win a war against a fucking noun. I mean, like, next year you're not going to be able to have, let's have the war on horror, and after that we're going to have the war on green, and then the war on the sky.
You can't win a war against a non-proper noun.
Hang on. Ultimately, it's like the concept from V from Vendetta. You can't kill an idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not even an idea. You can't kill an emotion.
Yeah.
And the problem that you do seem to feel to be realizing is terrorism is not innate to Middle Eastern countries. It has been innate in my own culture for many, many years, trying to essentially beat the living piss out of
for starters,
trying to beat the piss out of the common cold. We've been trying to beat the piss out of people from Cliff Jumpers country.
Well, I mean, the problem is ultimately when you're talking about places like the Middle East and what have you, they hate us. And what did we do? We went to war over there, and we did nothing to quote-unquote win the hearts and minds. It was a battle of ideals, is what it came down to. Now, whether people say that, it had nothing to do with religion or this and that, when you're sending troops into battle with Bible verses on their fucking sniper rifle scopes, you've got a problem. When they're trying to hand out Bibles, and then there's a scandal about them burning Qurans, you've got a problem.
Right, but was the war about ideals, or was that what they told the troops? Was it really about money?
Yes.
Here's the thing, though. I've never really denied that you can never get rid of terror. But the difference why I want to put pressure
Hang on,
on
to answer Char's question, I'd argue both.
Yeah, okay.
If I could at least clarify part of my position, the reason why I want more pressure on the Middle East is simply this. I think we should at least try to pressure countries who practice Sharia law. Because, quite frankly, the fact that we do business with a lot of these countries is, quite frankly, an embarrassment.
Okay, so
you have no understanding of macroeconomics or geopolitics. Okay.
No, Prudent, you've
And absolutely no understanding of just
Okay, wait, hang on. I'm going to cut in and I'm going to point something out. It's very rare that Pumpkin actually wants to have an actual conversation. Shut up and let him for a few, please.
I know, because it's probably because, like, the self-medication is kicking in. Basically, the problem I'm having is listening to you, you don't seem to be able to understand. It isn't just, you'll never win a war on terror. Even if you admit that, here's another problem you have to face. What you're talking about is a war of ideology. You don't like Islam. You don't like Sharia law, which is a part of Islamic culture. Some don't practice it as by the letter as others, but it's sort of there. You have a problem with that specific tenant values. If you have a problem with that, why not have a crack at Orthodox Jews who beat and violently attack young women who want to further themselves with education? Why don't you want to invade Israel?
There's less of an ideological difference with the Orthodox Jews than there are with the Muslims.
That's not even how I would have answered the question. Israel isn't by and large run by Orthodox Jews, and it's not as integrated into their culture as Sharia is.
Oh, I agree.
Just to point out, I was trying just to come with an example. It was the first one that popped into my head that made sense at the time.
Ironically, one of the big ways that we could stop, being seen as the great evil and this and that is if we did stop supporting Israel so much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or if we stopped building fucking military bases everywhere.
Yeah.
Canada needs a wall.
I don't really.
Yeah, we got a lot of neat shit over here.
Yeah, I remember that. I just saw that episode. That was great.
I really fail to see the problem of supporting Israel. I just fail to see where you're coming from.
Okay, let me explain this one to you. Right, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination a historian, but fucking hell. Right. The basic gist of the Israel-Palestinian conflict comes about because it's the center of three major religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. It's basically has housing of religious artifacts and areas of worship for all three
And
religions.
all of these religions think the land should be theirs.
Exactly. However, after post-World War II, it was basically decided, well, we have a lot of displaced Jews who've lost fucking everything. Well, we could try and rehouse them in their communities, but a lot of these people were betrayed by their neighbors. Fuck it, we'll give them a place that they really want. Where do you want to go? Israel? Sure. Okay,
There
Paul.
was another element of that, though, because basically a lot of Jewish people, they didn't want to live in Germany, they didn't want to live in sort of the Central Europe part. And so, America said, well, we don't want them. And they said, yeah, do that Zionist thing that they were talking about years ago. That was a chunk of what was being done. We don't want a load of immigrants coming here.
So they decided to just shit dump a bunch of Jewish people, or at least help them
The
move.
reason why they got back their country is because nobody else fucking wanted them.
Yeah.
So then
And
I
the
believe
problem arose was because the people who had been living there for generations upon generations, who had no problem at all with Jews and Christians coming in to their sites of worship. They may try and hand them a pamphlet every now and again, but literally that would have been the height of it. It was essentially a peaceful ground. All three groups would be able to go in, view their places of worship, nod their heads, go, well, hey, I've been there, and fuck off home. And the people who live there, not a problem with it. But now they have obtrusive governments fresh away from one of the bloodiest conflicts in history, basically saying, get the fuck out, we have these people to dump here. There's gonna be resentment.
Then there's the problem. Hang on. Then there's a problem with Israel trying to take back land that they claim was historically theirs.
Oh, I haven't even got to that bit yet.
Yeah, that's a key point, though.
Oh, that's coming up. I'm gonna make it short and sweet. I'm getting to it quick. Basically, what should have started and ended with throwing insults and stones quickly went shithouse because America went, oh, well, fuck. Send in some tanks, anti-air missiles, anti-personnel missiles, train up the soldiers, make them a fucking military power, the likes of which shouldn't be possible. Let's pump money, guns, and people into the region. Then...
Historically, if you go back even further, though, there have been these wars of ideology that have plagued that region for ages throughout memorial. If you go to the Second Crusade, for example, during this particular time period, before, what's his name? It started with an S sound. I don't remember. Anyway.
Saladin.
Saladin, thank you. Saladin ended up having to go in the area to fight against, I believe it was Richard the Lionheart. And this war waged for ages. Now, prior to this particular little chunk of war, and Saladin having to raise his army to go in there to fight against the Brits, what was going on previously was that these three different religious cultures were living in peace in the area.
Yep. So
and then we came in with our fucking ideology, or the Brits more accurately, and fucked it up.
Yeah.
Royally.
So there was always that animosity, and every time they've tried to rebuild the relationships, the Israelis go, that stretch of land looks nice. Fuck it, we're going to take it.
And this is really the problem. Now, as for the historical claim that this is supposedly their land. Now, here's the real question for you. You live where again, Prudent? Arizona, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't, but I'm not really as.
No, hang on. No.
Yeah, he lives in the Phoenix area.
Okay, you live in Arizona. Now, there was a time period, over 1,000 years, a bit over 1,000 years ago, that was Incan territory. Now, what we should do is we should find all the Incans that live in South America, round them up, and give them back that land. How pissed off would the current residents be if we tried to do that? Now, what would happen if we militarized the ancestors of the Incans and said, well, you know, we've given you this land, we're going to militarize you, and we're going to defend you so that you can beat the crap out of it and keep taking more and more land in this area that used to be your ancestral land. The only nation this has ever been done with, as far as I'm aware of, is with the Israelis.
Okay, let me ask you.
You know,
this.
we're not giving the Turks back their lands. The ancient Turks. We're not going to give the lands back to the ancient Sumerians or anything like this. It's just this one culture.
And why?
The reasons are complicated.
Yeah, well, yeah, the reasons are complicated, but the reason that most people know of is, you know, the Bible and this historical horseshit. When the simple fact of matters, when you look at it archaeologically, there is no evidence that they owned more than a small chunk of land in the fucking mountains. But the kingdoms that they're trying to rebuild never fucking existed.
But I don't really care about the history or even the theology behind it.
And that's your problem.
When you look at the current situation, okay.
We're talking about the current situation. The fact that the Israelis are looking at stretches of land and going, fuck it, that should be ours.
Yeah.
Bomb everyone on it.
That should be ours because of our ancient book that says there was this kingdom of David, which archaeology says never existed.
Hold on, but yet you do realize that many of the government leaders of Israel are secular. Benjamin Netanyahu is a secular Jew.
And what excuse are they using to take this land back? It is rightfully theirs, birthright.
Okay, and but that's the thing. Like, you miss no point. If he's a secular Jew, what really religious motive does he have to fight?
Because he can use the religion as an excuse.
Yeah, it's a cultural and political motive, not religious. That doesn't make it any better. The fact that it's not religious.
Yeah, I mean, it's
but
not
they can
like...
use that religion to get support
But
from others.
I'm talking about him personally, though. Like, if he doesn't want, there's no point for him to want his homeland back.
Because it's land. Land is power.
Land,
Swing that big old dick and show everyone how tough he is.
Why do people go to war? Land, stuff. This is pretty much it. You want the land, you want the stuff.
Oil.
Well, there is no oil there.
That's part of it, too.
It doesn't matter.
In that area, there's
oil
no
is
fucking oil.
stuff, but I'm just...
But there's no fucking oil in that area. You know, this Yahweh character gives oil to every place in the Middle East except for Israel.
Israel's small and tiny.
And a complete war-torn shithole that I will never go near if you pay me.
It's expansionism is what it comes down to. They want to expand their borders.
Hey, heathen. Why did Israel... Was it not Egypt they went and tried going into?
What are we referring to at this point?
There's a piece down on the bottom end where they basically tried to invade Egypt.
7 Day War?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the 7
Why are they going into Egypt?
Because Moses was there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's so prudent. Do you not see the problem with supporting Israel?
I
And
see
that
what
makes
you
America
I
look
see
like
what
a
you did.
shithole.
What you just said.
I see what you did.
And what's left is to support Palestine, who's run by the terrorist
No.
organization.
No, they are not
Here's
run by
all America
Hamas.
has to do. Seriously, listen
Palestinian
closely.
Authority and Hamas are two different organizations.
No,
Go read a
I
fucking
don't-
book.
You know what? I just have to say this. I have to say this. Everybody hates politics, right? Like in a sense, like you live in America, your government fucks up all the time. I live in Canada, my government fucks up all the time. I don't know anybody that lives in a country where they love their government 100%, right? So you have to remember that there are people that live in Israel, that live in Palestine, that live in all the surrounding area that don't love their government, that don't support what's going on. These are people, they're citizens, and very real things happen to them, and they're
Now,
just...
keep in mind that when you're talking about Israel,
You
and
just said
Hebrews,
you-
and what have
you
you, you're talking
realize
about...
Palestine is run by the fucking
Oh,
terrorist organization Hamas.
yeah.
Okay, is the side conversation still going, guys, or you want to bring us into it, or...
Okay, but Hamas is a terrorist organization. That's not even...
It doesn't matter, because we have terrorist organizations too.
Prudent, can I just...
Okay,
The difference is...
Okay, hang on. Yeah.
No, I need to.
Okay, enough background.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Shar, as far as a country whose citizens loves its government, that would be North Korea.
Yeah.
Everybody loves their government.
Very good
At
example.
pain of
yeah.
death, they all love their government, yes.
Almost all, except the ones that really try to get out.
I said under pain of death, they love their
Yes,
government.
They do, yes.
Yeah.
Prudent, something that you said right before this all turned into a clusterfuck of white noise that sort of confused my computer for a second. You mentioned, like, if we don't support Israel, we have to support Palestine. No. Don't support either. Step the fuck back. Move out of the Middle East and either let it settle itself.
Well, I mean, Palestine's been looking to just simply be fucking recognized.
Yeah.
And why won't we recognize Palestine? Because Israel.
You do, but there's a lot of radical sentiment that goes on in Palestine at this moment. We're not...
You've said that about 3 times now.
Okay. But
And what? Wait! No! Shut the fuck up for a minute. What is making them radicalize? Could it be something to do with the fact that they're not being recognized as a goddamn country?
They're going to ask for recognition now when they've been under Hamas since, what, 2007?
That doesn't matter.
Palestine is not run by Hamas. Hamas is
But even
one
then,
of
whether
several
it is
organizations
or
that-
isn't is fucking irrelevant. The
Hold
simple
on, let
fact
me-
of the matter is they're trying to get acknowledged as fucking existing. This is not a big thing. Okay,
Hold
fine,
on.
you
Can
fucking
I
exist.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
say something here?
No, you
The organization that is trying to get recognition is not Hamas, it's the Palestinian Authority, and they are by and large they're not Sharia law based. They are actually fairly diverse, and they're not a terrorist organization like Hamas is, although the U.S. government will try to claim that they are because politically that's convenient. You have to understand that the situation over there, like what you're saying about Palestine to anyone who's actually, I've taken the class on comparative international politics, and we spent like a month talking about the Middle East. It just sounds completely stupid because it's ignorant.
But
Like
I
you're
mean,
saying
the
things that
thing
have no
is-
basis in reality.
The thing is, ultimately, and this actually speaks a little bit to the whole thing with the Irish and the English and all this kind of stuff, is you have a group of people that are basically just want their existence recognized, to be acknowledged that, hi, how you doing? We have our own country. We can run our own shit. And that's ultimately what it comes down to in this case. And if you want to piss off a population, deny them that one basic thing of being acknowledged as having their own independent existence.
Yep.
And the British did this to the Irish for ages and ages and ages and ages. And it's the same basic thing in Palestine. Now, we're more than happy to support, well, you know, maybe Ireland should get recognized. But Palestine, oh, no, because Israel. And that's really what I was bitching about.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that's annoying is that, I mean, I'm going to show you a map. This is Palestine. Sorry, this is the West Bank. Now, this whole region, under the 1948 treaty, the creation of Israel, 1948, that whole section of Israel was supposed to be the Palestinian area.
Yeah.
The dark green bits are the current Palestinian areas. All the other bits are the bits the Jewish people took over. That's despite, this is despite having all this bit. So this is your 1948 section. So you got Palestine and this bit over here, the West Bank. And that's what they've got left, because gradually it's being niggled away bit by bit.
Annexed.
If you want to talk about terrorism and radicals in Palestine, Israel has, over the years, been guilty of quite a few acts that, if they were committed by Palestinians or Muslims in the area, we would call them war crimes.
Hang on. Cliff, can you put that back up for 1 second, please?
Oh, sure.
Okay, this isn't actually showing properly in the stream. I'm going to have to add it in so that it does. Give me a second. Get that back up for 1 second, so I want to just point something out. If Cliff can get it up.
Is that still there? Oh, no, sorry.
There we go. Do I have it up there? Nope, I don't have the whole thing up there. Let me fix that on my stream. My side here. 1 second, sorry. Screen region. There we go. Screen cap. We have down at the bottom here Gaza Strip, and I just want to be obnoxious and say, hey, does that look like a penis to anyone? Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
It looks nothing like Sweden.
Okay.
So
penis? What? You might want to see a doctor.
The Gaza Strip looks a little bit like a dick.
No, not at all.
So, Bruden, are you willing to admit that Israel needs to fuck off and stop being supported by the U.S. military so much?
No, he's not going to.
Well, I think there's a double reason for it. The first one is there's that whole Christian culture thing. We must protect Israel from the Muzzos, because if they take over, then the prophecy will never happen and shit.
Okay, well, hang on though.
I'm paraphrasing it to show how kind of bogan and backwards this mentality is, in my opinion.
Yeah, I should also point out among, conservative, premillennialist Christians who believe in, literal interpretation of Revelation, a lot of them, the reason a lot of them are opposed to any kind of peace treaty between Israel and Palestine is because some of them believe that if that, according to, quote, prophecy or their interpretation of it, that peace treaty will be broken by the Antichrist when it happens.
Well,
that's why people are saying, oh, Obama's the Antichrist because he's giving Palestine any ground.
Well, hang on. Here's kind of the thing, though, is that in accordance to Judaic belief, once they get back all their land and retake the Temple of the Mount and rebuild that temple, God will come down and reside in there, and that's their end of the world scenario. Then you have the Christians that after Israel gets back all of their land, then what's going to happen is all of the nations around there are going to destroy Israel, and this is what they ultimately want, is Israel to get back their land so they can be pummeled into nothingness and be completely annihilated from the face of the earth. Then you have the Muslim viewpoint, which I'm not entirely sure what theirs is right now, but basically we could theoretically play out all three of these and then just sit back and laugh when they're when God doesn't return and Jesus doesn't return and whatever the fuck the Muslims believe in never happens either.
Well, the Muslim position is
kills a lot of people.
The Muslim position is that this was Palestinian land. Palestinians are Arab Muslims, and it's their land. The Americans and the UN, etc., took it away from them, stole it away from them, gave it to the.
Well, we did. We ultimately did.
Oh yeah, indeed.
World War I, wasn't it?
Two.
Anyway,
after World War II, when all those Jews were displaced and nobody fucking wanted them.
Yeah.
When
the second part as well is that the Israelis spend a hell of a lot of money on American arms. That's American jobs.
Yeah,
that's American trade. Awesome.
So
if we don't have a war to fight somewhere, we can't test our new toys.
No, the creation of the, hold on, just one more thing. The creation of the Israeli state in the 1940s is a reason that a lot of Christians cite as evidence that we're living in the last days because Israel got their land back. I heard it from my dad time and time again.
Me too.
And back then, when I was a Christian, I had my views towards Israel and the whole thing were even more fucked up than Prudence were. And that changed after I stopped being a Christian and believing in that shit and actually became educated on how complicated this situation is over there.
Yeah, it's not a
It's like,
prophecy.
oh,
If it happens a couple thousand years later than it's supposed to, it might not be prophecy. If it was forced by political gerrymandering, it might not be fulfilling prophecy. I've got news for you.
You know, what happened to me is that I traveled for a year, and that really opened my eyes because I was kind of Christian, kind of pro-Israel, kind of a lot of things before that. And then I realized after traveling that people are people everywhere across the world. And not everybody, just like us, not everybody has a religious affiliation. Not everyone cares about politics. Not everyone gives a shit. And they're just people, and they're caught up in the bullshit that we all create. And it's not fair to them. It's not fair to anybody that doesn't want to be a part of it. And it's crap, right? Like, why should we label anybody as anything because of where they live? It's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I cannot believe that there are people in Palestine, that everyone in Palestine is against Israel, or that they even care, or that they know what's going on. In other words.
Well, I mean, this is your point is well made when it comes against Britain's point, because he's thinking about, you just bomb Iran. Well, just because the leadership is talks all rhetoric about destroying America and things like that, it doesn't mean say that the average person does. They
don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like, the perfect example of that is
America, and on the other one saying, "Oh, I love your movies."
Cliff.
The average person goes and buys their food in the morning and cooks it.
The exact perfect example of that, of like people not being 100% with the leader. Like, David Cameron fucked a pig's head. People aren't running down to the butchers to get pig's heads to fuck.
And I love his response to that. He was like, yeah, I won't comment on that. And even Obama is like, yeah, I did cocaine in college.
Yeah, so, Bruden, are you ready to drop Israel?
No, because I haven't really been able to make any points or counterpoints to it.
Have you listened?
Yeah, I've listened. I just don't find your points.
All right, we'll let you talk.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to ask Evan one thing, though. Did Obama inhale?
I think he did.
He did it in snow, he did it in sleet, but he did not inhale.
The thing is, I totally know where Prudence coming from, because I had that stage in my life where I really believed that there was like this libertarian ideal and the conservatives mattered, and I did.
One idea here is we're American, we're better than you, and we're just going to do what the hell we want.
I did it as a Canadian. I did it as a Canadian. That's amazing,
your
right?
people are half French. That's just fucked.
My God, I'm serious. Like, there are still times when I read Ayn Rand and I'm inspired.
Ugh.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's some.
I've always thought there was something fundamentally wrong with Char, and I just found out what. Cool.
Well, you know what it is? No, it's because I think there's a happy middle, and I was taught one side, and then I read the other side, and I was like, oh my God, and I had to find a spot in the middle that was right.
Hold on, I want to let Pruden talk.
Okay, go ahead.
If he has something to say.
The difference is this. One of the reasons why most Americans are willing to support Israel, it's not necessarily always the religious angle, but a lot of it's a cultural angle. Israel is more likely to support religious pluralism than Palestine, which would more likely have a religious monism.
No, it's not. It's not.
Really?
I'm sorry. People are people. Very, very much like Shah said. You get up, you go to work, you come home and you watch TV with your family. That's what most people do. Okay.
And
just because people share the same religion, it doesn't mean to say they're all anti-American. You know,
I know what he was trying to say, and here's the thing: even if that's true now, and okay, yeah, it's kind of true, but it's more complicated than that. It could be completely the opposite in 10 years. That's how chaotic.
I very much doubt that. I think, look, if you look at Israel's policies, they're fine with allowing Palestinians to come into Israel, live in Israel, work in Israel. You can even run for office in Israel if you're Palestine. Granted, you're probably
that's not entirely true, but I'll let you have that.
No, and then there's the whole thing of if you're Palestinian, there's a good chance they'll just randomly decide to take your land out from under
There's
you.
actually a lot of discrimination against Palestinians in Israel. What you just repeated is it's kind of propaganda. That's what they want you to think. You talk to the people who actually are in Israel, and I know a few have been there and have seen it. It's not like that.
I have talked with a guy who used to live, well, in Palestine for a little while. He, you know, like you said, lived in Israel as a Palestinian, and then nearly got bludgeoned to death by big fucking rocks that were thrown by school children as they were egged on, not just by their teacher, not by the principal, but by the fucking governor, or like district governor, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to think of the word that he used.
What you're basically talking about is being a black American in maybe the 1920s when the KKK were at their height.
Yep.
In the South. That's what it's like to be a Palestinian in Israel.
So that's my counterpoint to Prudent, but continue.
That's just one example you have. That doesn't mean it's a common. It doesn't mean it's a common trend.
It's not that it's.
That's kind of dismissive.
Right, Prudent. Let me explain. I'm not trying to say this anecdotal evidence is proof that it's happening day in, day out, but the fact that it was being done by school children as they were egged on by their teacher, their principal, and a fucking government official.
It's not as
a good thing.
I'm not going to die.
You don't have to look very hard to find a lot more accounts just like that one. Go on Twitter, for God's sakes.
You do realize that there's also issues similar in Palestine as well. I mean, if they've done polls on this. About 90% of the school kids in Palestine would say that they do not believe Israel should even exist at all. So that means you know they're being.
I wonder why.
Prudent, you do realize that Israel shells Palestinian schools after giving. Now, I will say, to their credit, they give warning. 20 seconds they give warning to an. It wasn't like. It wasn't a small school, it was a fucking academy complex. And they gave 20 seconds of warning. And the only reason they got that 20 seconds was because the first few shells were duds.
War crimes, like somebody said
Now, that
earlier.
being the case, how much would you be wishing that they didn't exist as well? If you were one of those kids in that kind of situation? I mean, let's be realistic here.
Think about it this way: the American Indians, you know, the Native American Indians. How do you think they felt about the white people when they were shooting people dead, you know, and things like that, you know, taking the land and so on?
Trail of Tears.
And remember, the scalping was created by the white man.
French. Blame the French for that one.
Why?
It was the French who did it, actually.
No, I'm not saying not. Why though? Why would the?
It's
They're French. They eat frog legs and everything. I mean, you just don't go there.
It was a trophy of hide, like antlers.
Oh.
Okay, so Prudent, please continue in the face of daunting, overwhelming evidence.
Actually, the French encouraged this
No,
scalping to make it seem more terrifying to go to war with them.
Oh.
It was the French. What were they going to do? As soon as you spook them, they drop a rifle and run away.
Well, until they got to Canada, they would be considered God idols. Yes, I know I said Canada.
Going back to a little earlier, but it does kind of go along with the Israel-Palestine. If Quebec ever does separate and the government pulls out and that, you have to realize one thing: the treaties are now null and void with the tribes there. So Montreal and most of the land around that immediately goes back to the natives. So.
Yeah.
So, Prudent, continue.
I was just gonna say how okay, if we're really gonna start making comparisons here, I mean, come on, like, when have we ever really heard any stories about Israeli kids being, like 5-year-old Israeli kids being trained out to kill Palestinians? You don't see that.
When have we heard? Oh no, sorry, let me take that. When have we heard about young kids being trained to kill Palestinians? You do realize that it's a martial state. At a certain time in your life, you're trained to be in the army. You're trained to fucking kill anyone that's going to attack you, which is probably going to be the Palestinians, whose land you've been stealing for quite a while now. So that argument falls flat. Don't even try it.
Yeah, maybe they don't use child soldiers, but...
Oh no, it does start pretty young. I can't remember the exact age, but it's basically very,
That's
very
like
young.
Palestinian, but
Military service is a requirement of citizenship.
Yes.
This is exactly the same as Northern Ireland. That you've got a wall, effectively. You've got two housing estates, and one of them's Catholic and one of them's Protestant. And because of this adversarial nature that's been going on for centuries, you've got the Catholic children being taught by their parents, and the other people around them saying, "Oh, those Protestant people, they're complete scum." And at the same time, you got the Protestant parents treating their children, telling their kids that those Catholic people are scum. It's exactly the same mentality. The only thing different is the legitimacy of Israel owns the land. It's an Israeli state.
So, Prudent, continue. Or, if I were you, I would just skip that point because it's null and void.
I don't see how that's null and void. You don't have a problem with
Actually, hang on. We have a question from the chat. How drunk is Pumpkin to actually give a shit about this?
He's not drunk, he's medicated.
There's the difference.
Yeah. Let me explain. I've not just been drinking whiskey like a fucking trooper. I've been self-medicating myself with the special herbs the mysterious Dr. Man gave me. So,
yes, that's right. Pumpkin has discovered oregano.
Yes.
Hey, oregano's good shit.
We're getting back to the conversation. Just wanted to ask that.
Very quickly, speaking of medicated, Char's squirrel avatar looks like a really stoned squirrel.
It does, doesn't it? Oh my god, that's awesome.
No, it's not stoned. It's got a peanut in its mouth. It's very happy.
I love a peanut.
Oh, I just noticed
Totally
that
natural.
now.
It's a
Okay,
totally
that makes
natural
more
nut.
sense.
I thought that was the whole idea behind it, so I didn't say anything.
Nuts are nut. Nuts are nuts. Nuts are good.
I'm a nut. I'm a nut.
I might be a nut. I don't know.
As for random chatter asking why I give a fuck about this, Prudent, I've made similar mistakes in my past. I don't like to see people fucking up the way I have if I can actually do something about it. I'm actually trying to be of help to you.
Prudent, I used to think that Ayn Rand was awesome. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I think the problem here is, Prudent, with respect.
Prudent, never read Ayn Rand.
Yeah,
No, you can. You just have to read it.
No, well, I already know. I've never really been interested. I've heard some sort about Ayn Rand. All I know is
I
that
think you, as you are right now, you'd love her ideas a little too much.
You would.
Okay.
But, but there's nothing wrong with the ideals. It's just that it doesn't
there is.
work. That's the problem.
Well, the fact that they don't work and they're not reflective of reality kind of is a problem.
Yeah.
Ayn Rand was a hypocrite.
Well, that's what I was talking about. Ayn Rand never actually lived up to her own ideals. She did receive funding from her family when she moved to the United States, even when she claimed that she didn't.
Prudent, in the immortal words of Angry Pumpkin, and just to say it clearly, she's a cunt.
Oh, no. You didn't say it right. It's not. She's a. She's a cunt.
She's a cunt.
Not only is she a cunt, she's a balls-out, bastardized dick flopping from that forehead, swinging around so much she could probably artificially inseminate her own massive cuntishness.
Wow.
That's why nobody can replace the pumpkin. Thank
Are
you,
you
sir.
sure you're not talking about Matthew Bell?
No, basically, if he was to sort of like hold the back of his head and push it down, he could probably squeeze a baby out.
Anyway, here's the thing. I have a feeling that it's Prudent's problem is one of youth. That he's thinking in very simplistic terms. You know, it's like, well, all you need to do is this, you know, and I think it's a realization that life's not actually that simple, and there's a lot more backstory behind it.
And the common phrase, the folly of youth.
Yeah.
Not simply that. I just happen to think that Islamic states are a lot more dangerous than I think we give them credit for.
Have you not been watching the southern states?
You cannot. That's not a valid comparison. The difference is one of the Islamic states enforce this idea of Sharia law where you can lash people 100 times for adultery and then stone them to death.
You know, I have to put out the fact that I think if any state is dangerous on this planet, it would be America.
Oh, yeah.
You can't honestly make a comparison between...
I think I can. I think I can.
People of Saudi Arabia.
No, look, you're talking about individual little people, like, and that's horrible. I'm not saying it's not, but when it comes to America, they take out tons of people all at once, all the time. They just go in and invade shit and take over. Why?
If I can just point out, there is a reason the entire world hates and sadly fears America and falls into line with what it says. You have the largest stockpile of nuclear armaments the world over. Your military is as big as the next 23 countries combined, 21 of which are your allies.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why a Canadian is at the button of NORAD.
We're looking at America and thinking, if this crazy bastard Trump wins, the world is actually liable to end.
You know,
Panic.
when it comes to fuel consumption, like the consumption of fossil fuels, the U.S. does not consider the military as part of their consumption, and the U.S. military consumes more than the entire country of Greece annually.
Yeah, but that's not too hard because the country Greece is tiny and their military is tiny.
I don't know how many Greeks. Wait. How many Greeks have you met? They're kind of oily.
No, but I mean, it's sad. It's sad that the U.S. government doesn't even include them. They're like, nah, they're not part of the country. They're a separate thing. And
so that's why we don't like America, because you have this strange right-wing ideology of bullshit like global warming doesn't exist, keep building beachfront properties, line my pockets. Oil spills, meh, who gives a shit, line my pockets.
what bothers me more is
It's gone completely dry, let's just pump in water from an underground reservoir that we haven't really checked out that much, probably causing major geological instability. Line my pockets.
Do you know the one that scares me the most? It's the idea that someone like Ted Cruz or Huckabee would get to be president. Okay, these are the kind of people that believe that the end of the world is coming. We're in the end of days. Okay, and that
hang on for a second. Hang on for one moment. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, we have plenty of additional room here. We have room for 6 more people. So.
Okay, do you trust me to shoot an invite to somebody?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Birch Pool, you said? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Bert Pool, if you want to come in, I'll shoot you.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, send me the invite. When I see the name come up, I'll just hit approve. Just a little forewarning if I don't know who they are, because the approval part's on my side. Just copy the link from above and send it to them privately on Google.
I'm trying to figure out how to copy it.
So what I was saying is, the thing that worries me, if someone like Ted Cruz got in to be the president, or Huckabee, or any of these, right-wing evangelical types, okay, they they could effectively come to the conclusion that God put them in that place, and then they could create brinkmanship so that they can have an excuse to start a nuclear war in order to bring what they think is going to be the end times. In other words, they have the power to bring the end times and bring Jesus back.
Yeah, I didn't invite them my end too, so they're pre-approved.
You know, don't you think that's scary?
Well, for starters, neither of those candidates are probably going to win their own party's nomination, so I really
It was a hypothetical. You need to understand.
Oh, I'm all aware. I'm just saying that it's not likely to happen in external reality.
Prudent, can I just point out? Bush, twice.
Yeah.
2 different versions. It's not beyond the realm of reality.
We went into Iraq and we stopped them from nuclearizing it. Yeah.
No one stopped them from nuclearizing it.
No, I was pretending to be George. I was imitating George Bush.
Oh, right, okay.
We stopped their nuclear weapons program, which they never had, but we did. Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney did it.
Right, I sent one to Befuddled too, if you don't know who she is.
Yeah, I know BB's really cool.
So, Prudent, you please tell me some of this is actually getting through to you.
I'd say 0%.
I don't really know where you're trying to go with this.
We're trying to explain why your unquestioning support for Israel is, well, ignorant. I think is the best way I can put it.
The worrying part is this started out as me just trying to understand where you were coming from with your conservatism. And we've already hit 2 major fucking problems. The two of the biggest problems I actually have with the US. The fact that they dump military bases in places they shouldn't be, and the fact that they're fucking supporting one of the most warlike, fucked up nations on Earth endlessly. And you're in complete support of both.
There's
And
another
I can't
factor as
see a
well.
fucking problem with that.
America's also got to be careful as well, because if the Middle East decides that they're going to start selling oil in euros instead of dollars, the dollar becomes practically worthless.
Yep.
Nobody's going to want it anymore, including Americans, effectively. So this idea of going into Saudi and, you know, putting what was it, boots on their neck, I believe was the phrase you used?
Boots on the ground.
No, he
boots
said
on their
boots
neck.
on their neck.
Boots on their neck. You know, bear in mind that Europe relies heavily, my country relies heavily on oil from Saudi Arabia and, you know, Qatar and, you know, other Middle Eastern countries. You know, that's where we get all our fuel from. So what you were talking about was to create a 1973, I think it was, or was it 73, crisis all over again, rising the cost of everything for everybody, just for some power consolidation thing.
Yeah, but the difference is, one, where pretty much all the Western European countries and the United States have drastically improved their own domestic oil production, and they've heavily invested in alternative energy resources.
Yes, but
no,
that is.
Hang on. Actually, I was going to ask if it sounded to anyone else like he was reading that off of a webpage.
Yeah, it does.
It wasn't. That's just,
at all.
I said that quite a while ago, even with the chat that I was having with Kevin, Cliff, and a few others in that one thread. That's just repeating the point I said earlier. I did not read that verbatim from somewhere.
I'm just saying it sounded like it from the way you said
Well,
it.
I didn't. Well, I
the
did.
thing is, even if that's true, that doesn't change the way things are now and the fact that we're still heavily dependent on Saudi Arabia for oil. I don't like that. There's a lot of people who wish it wasn't that way, but that's why we need to be careful with our relations with them, and we can't just, we're going to cut off Saudi Arabia. That has macroeconomic consequences.
I never said just cut off Saudi Arabia instantaneously. Do it progressively.
Oh, yeah, because that will work so well. You don't realize that if you cut off a well-financed power in the Middle East, okay, right, you cut off one of their bigger contacts. That's going to piss them off. If anything, it's just going to push them towards the radical elements, or give it the chance of radical elements getting higher up the chain and fucking everything up. It's just...
the way I see it is part of the problem, and one of the reasons why the U.S. is so hated internationally is the fact that we haven't learned to mind our own fucking business. We've pretty much decided everything is our business, and I think that's really the problem and why there's so much hatred of the U.S. abroad.
Yeah, there's a reason why most intelligent American tourists put a fucking Canadian flag on their backpack.
Damn skip it.
Yeah.
You know what was the most hilarious thing is I was in Australia and we were ordering some lunch somewhere and this woman's like, "Oh, are you American?" And we said, "No, Canadian." And she goes, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm Canadian, that's great."
Yeah, that's about right.
Like an insult.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I used to make some money sticking around Belfast City or Belfast International Airport and waiting for tourists to come out and be like, if you want, I can give you some advice, blah, blah. Are you American? Yeah, we are. Okay, the price just went up.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. Now, when my wife was over studying in Oxford, when she was doing her studies overseas, people would give her a hard time, because she was an American. And then they'd find out she was from Texas, and then their tone would change. Because apparently Texas, now in the U.S., Texans seem to think that they live in their own fucking country. But apparently overseas in Britain, they have the same opinion that somehow Texas is its own country too. So.
They get Texas, motherfucker. Yeah, that's why like every post-apocalyptic piece of literature show ever has Texas being its own republic.
Well, yeah, because it's likely to happen, honestly. Yeah. I mean, Texas will just go back to being a fucking republic.
So
nobody wants it.
So, Prudent, I have a question. Because you found out that most of the world doesn't like America, do you want to just like...
I'm well aware that there's several Western countries that have lost support for the United States.
Several.
That's not what he said.
You realize there's a lot of anti-American sentiment. Do you want to just like nuke the world and like show them how tough America is?
Or have I ever implied that?
I think that was a rhetorical device.
If America just decided to do something, everyone would just stand back and let it happen.
I think the comment was mostly hyperbole.
Yeah.
Well, no, but I gave a background reason in that comment, if you look.
Hey, hold on. Speaking of hyperbole, I have a question for Prudent. There are some people in the Republican Party who have actually suggested that nuking Mecca might be a sort of final solution to getting rid of radical Islam for good. Do you think there's any merit to that whatsoever?
Oh fuck, that would be bad. Oh my God.
Look, they already dropped the train on
guys.
No, let Prudent answer. Let Prudent answer.
I'm not sure if I'd want to go that far. That kind of... It's like...
All right, I'm glad we got that on.
Well, actually, no, let's take it a step further. Prudent, if the U.S. were to take the action of nuking Mecca, what do you think the result would be?
Probably piss off a lot of people, but at the same time...
Probably might piss
Let
off
him answer, shut up!
I'm
Moderator asked the question.
Relax, it's just, when I say probably, I'm just kind of saying that rhetorically. Yeah, that would really enrage a lot of the Muslims. Actually, that wouldn't really, but at the same time, I'm going to say this. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I do think that ideologically we are at war with Islam. Maybe not like we're not fighting, boots on the ground just with the religion of Islam itself, but I do very much think that the very idea of the Western world and the Islamic world coexisting seems ludicrous. We have far different value systems.
Coexisting seems ludicrous. Okay, interesting, but hang on though. I want to go back to the question though. If the U.S. were to nuke Mecca tomorrow, let's just say, what do you think the consequences would be? I'm going to re-ask the question.
We'd probably lose all support from every other ally that we have, and pretty much every Muslim would want to kill us.
Ah, so the understanding that if we were to do something like that, that there'd be a massive upsurgence in terrorism against the U.S. specifically, is actually something that you do understand in that scenario.
Yeah, but I've never suggested nuking other countries.
Okay, but
No, we're talking just Mecca specifically.
I know. I just asked because I know that I've heard that suggestion from right wingers in America a number of times. I just wanted to know what you thought about it.
I need to ask a question. Do you think we are at war with Islam?
Ideologically speaking, the Western world and the Islamic world they don't coexist. Okay. That's
No, that wasn't the question I asked.
But you just said, okay, ask it again.
I disagree, by the way.
What does that mean exactly?
I think the answer was yes.
Do you think we're at war with Islam?
Yeah.
Do you think that someone...
We're at war with a religion?
Yeah.
He said the answer was in essence ideologically yes.
Oh,
No.
my goodness.
No, the leaders of some countries might be at war with the leaders of other countries based maybe loosely on religion because they call it that, but that's not what it's about. I don't think it's about power. It's about money. It's about people in power abusing that. That's what it is.
It's power and influence. That's normally the things that are coming down to it.
it isn't so much power and influence, it's who's swinging the biggest dick. That's all it's ever been.
Well, that is...
which is power and influence, is it not?
Oh no, power and influence, wealth, it's all just the same thing. After a while it just becomes, okay, well I have enough money to survive, I've got a really comfortable life, let's just make it into a scoring system. Well, I've taken over this country, that country, and the other country, and I've mounted all of my enemies' heads on spikes, let's just keep going. It just becomes a dick measuring contest.
So I need to ask the question, what do you think has done to win this war against Islam?
Well, I would just say when you have to show that Western values do trump out Islamic values.
How would you do that?
Especially on a human rights scale.
How would you do that?
You go to Islamic countries and you try to spread the message about how awful Islam promotes rights.
No. This is...
I just would like to point out something important here. In the UK, we don't have a death penalty. A number of your states do. How does that make you more...
And personally, I am for the death penalty, and I think we should expand it further.
Let's talk about how.
How about we stay on track here without giving you more ways to dig holes in?
Well, no, he wants public executions, right? No.
Sorry, can I just jump? I want clarification because my internet took a shit. Prudent, did you say you are for the death penalty?
Yep, and want it suspended.
Expanded the death penalty.
Prudent, what would you do in the case of someone who has been identified by a witness? They were put at the scene of the crime. All of this evidence stacks up and they're guilty of like triple homicide, sentenced to death. The next day they find the DNA evidence of another person who did it but had the time to flee the country because they were killing this motherfucker. You don't see a problem with that?
Well, to be fair, putting people to death in the U.S. actually takes a long fucking time. Most people sit on death row for 5 to 10 years.
Hang on. The thing is that there have been there's in recent records we've found a shit ton of people that have been cleared post being put to death, courtesy of DNA evidence. In addition, there was a man that was convicted of a crime in Texas, convicted to death. DNA evidence showed he didn't fucking do it. And the governor refused to actually stay it. So they still had him put to death because he was the one convicted.
I wouldn't want a system with checks and balances, though. I would say that the government...
Hey, guess what? I'll give you an example of where that doesn't work. Okay, in the 1970s, a small group, a couple of guys it started off with, but then their families got ended up going to jail for 25 years, 40 years, whatever it was. It was a lot of time, okay? Eventually, it got proven that they were actually guilty of only being Irish in the 1970s when the IRA were targeting, and they were called the Guildford Four, is the name from them. Okay. Now, what happened was during the sentencing, the judge said, and bear in mind we got rid of the death penalty in 1965, I think it was, might have been 66. So during the sentencing, the judge said, if the death penalty would have been available, I would have handed it down. Okay, and it wasn't for 18 or 20 years before these people get found innocent. That not only had that happened, but a couple of bombers who got caught, they gave evidence to say those guys that you convicted of that, they were innocent. We did it, but they didn't get handed down. So a couple of people, one of them, his father, died in prison, and they were guilty of being Irish. That was it. That's all they'd done. They were fitted up by the cops for the crime of being Irish when people didn't like Irish people.
So,
Okay, that's still a very small minority of cases go
it
wrong.
doesn't matter that it's a small minority.
It's actually not that small a minority either.
Collateral damage, that's okay then, yeah? Collateral damage is okay.
Pruning, do you value individual lives?
I don't think so.
Yes. But it depends how far.
It depends.
Most of the positions that you've taken during the conversation are quite contradictory to your answer to that question. So I would go back and reevaluate.
There are exceptions, though. I mean, if you are in prison, you do lose some of your rights. That's just how it works. That's how this.
Not as a human being.
Hang on, hang on. Wait, hang on.
Not
No.
necessarily.
Hang on. I've got to cut in for serious business for a second. Jackie, is that your anime self-portrait?
Yeah.
Kind of. Christian Anarchist was making some of these, and I just used a website that he.
Yes.
Yes, that one. It looks like it's your little anime self-portrait. It's cute. Anyway, sorry, I had to interrupt this important business.
It's very important.
I'm sorry, but I need to jump in. Prudent. It doesn't matter that when you're in prison you lose certain rights. You know, you can't just like walk out to the store. If you're for the death penalty, even if it's a small minority of cases where the person is proven innocent, if they're dead, they're going to have been murdered for being in the wrong place at the wrong time or fucked over by someone. But you don't have a problem with that because it's a small minority, even though you just said you care about individual life.
And I must add another element to that. I wonder if you would feel the same if it was one of your family.
Incidentally, I'm going to cut in with one other thing. If there is somebody that wishes to play devil's advocate, feel free to do so, but I recommend stating that you're playing devil's advocate beforehand, because otherwise you will end up becoming shark bait later.
Yeah. Point out your devil's
I think Prudence is being an ideological hipster.
I love that statement, and I'm actually inclined to agree with it.
Yeah, I want to point out that we have a system that's broken, right? So we have people that because of class, because of race, all sorts of things are getting not a fair shake in our justice system, and that the almighty dollar affects whether or not you might live or die, whether or not you'll spend 5 years in prison or 15 years in prison. It all affects, you know, whether you can get a plea and get off with a misdemeanor or you're stuck with a felony. Like, there's all sorts of things that are wrong with the system. It's for profit, right? So Prudent, until you can fix the system, there's no way that you can be pro-death penalty.
That, or if you could, and if you could just make people equal, that would be really sweet. But people are not all equal. They aren't and never will be.
Hey, people are equal to me. People are all
No, you can treat them equally, but I'm saying, like, not everyone has the same capabilities. But we have people that are handicapped. We have people that cannot function on their own. And if you don't want to just leave them behind, then, you know, we have to do something about that.
Something? Prudent mentioned that someone in prison loses his rights. Yeah, okay, but, like, not every person in prison is actually guilty, even if they're convicted.
Yeah.
We have many cases of people who are proven innocent later on. I mean, just not issuing the death penalty ensures that a person still has their lifelong duration to prove that they are innocent if they are innocent. And if you just kill them off, it's like, well, there's a chance that they could have been innocent. So it is a very permanent option to not so solid conviction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would certainly, incidentally, to respond to the comment Bert put in a moment ago. Yeah, it's extremism ultimately that we are, so to speak, at war with, because extremism puts itself in the position of being at war with everyone that isn't part of their whatever their faction happens to be.
Yeah.
So it's kind of whether it's intended or not. Extremists are the ones that are essentially declaring war on not only those that have opposing views, but those that don't agree with their views, and that's ultimately the problem is.
So, Prudent, in light of the little quick discussion we had on the death penalty, are you going to change your mind on it?
Oh, not the moment, no.
Okay, so...
No, because that would not get as much attention.
I just want to say
Okay, hang on. I want to remind folks, we are currently at 13 people. We have 2 slots open, but this also does mean I will occasionally have to be stepping on people's throats to make sure that we all get an opportunity to speak. So please try to be a little bit more respectful, because we are a little bit more vigorous in our conversation than usual tonight.
Can we switch things up and not have Prudent be the center of attention anymore?
I just say one thing.
I never even asked for it. I just, somebody, I think it was Pumpkin, who just wanted to question me on a few things.
Yes.
I said,
Can I just say one thing?
Sorry, if I can get to the end of like what this was all sort of leading up to. Prudent, everything we've talked about, I'm vehemently opposed to everything you've pointed out. We supplied you with evidence, both anecdotal and we attempted statistics, but I'm too fucked up to remember if we actually got there. But we've been trying to actually prove that all of your fucking everything you've been putting up is just fucked. But you keep agreeing with it because you want to be this little social fucking outcast. I'm so unique, even though I'm following the fucking herd of assholes over here instead of the herd of assholes over here. If you want to play neoconservative and you want to just ignore all fucking evidence because, hey, it's what I feel like right now, go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Prudent, you should really take it as a compliment that he's saying this, because it means that we think that you're smarter than you're letting on. It means that we think you have the capability to think more logically than you're demonstrating. I think you should take it as a compliment.
Indeed.
Okay, guys, we're moving on to another time. Kevin's right.
Can I vote?
Hang on. B, please take the floor.
Sorry. Am I waiting? I'm waiting.
B, please take the floor.
I just said I vote that we talked about sex. That's all I was gonna vote.
Whoa.
That's a good way to exclude Prudent from the conversation.
Shots fired.
Can I just say one last thing on that last subject? And it's the very last thing.
Oh, Cliff, come on. We went to sex.
Yeah, but and I left a comment, and I said it in an extreme way, just to try and give a kick up the arse to say, listen to how this sounds. And what I said was, because when Prudent, he said, the Islamic world and the Western world simply cannot coexist. Ideologically speaking, we are at war with Islam, and the sooner the Western world accepts the truth, the hard truth, the better. And my reply was, what the fuck, man? Hey, Why doesn't the West just take over every country with a Muslim government and eradicate them all? We could call it the final solution to the Islam problem.
Ooh. I think it's only fair Pruden gets the final word, and then we talk about sex.
Yeah.
I'm for that.
I can do that as long as
Alright.
it doesn't go on too long. So.
The simple response, Pumpkin, you said
Not go on to.
Wait. Okay, moderator says shut the fuck up for a moment. Prudent, final words. You have 1 minute.
Okay, the whole thing that I just want to make one last thing. The thing Pumpkin was saying. You kept saying, "Well, look, we brought evidence towards you. Look, all you had was you anecdotes, and you brought no statistics. I don't know where the hell you thought you said you had statistics. You had nothing."
He did say he was drunk and wasn't sure whether he'd gotten to that or not.
We didn't get there. I can give you statistics.
I always said a couple.
Regardless, keep going, Prudent.
Remember if we got.
No,
this-
I'm done. I just had to get something off my chest. A little angry. Yeah.
Okay,
If
so
Pruden
anyway.
really want, we can gather the statistics to literally dump fuck on you.
Okay,
Because-
we are done. We are shuffling. Dun,
Here
dun,
we
dun.
go with shuffling.
Yeah, we need to sing.
Back to sex. What about
okay.
sex are we going to talk about?
Yeah, now about the most important question.
it's
So
awesome.
It is. Isn't it funny how everybody pays attention when we're talking about sex? What does that tell you?
The sex is like the song in the Lego movie, everything is awesome.
Except if you're...
Unless you're asexual and then you're like, dang it.
When we
With
talk
the
about
exception of if you're a fundamentalist Christian and they're gay.
Actually,
I-
I'm going to cut in with the start of the proposed topic. And my wife and I actually did stop by a nice little store the other day to see about getting a couple props to play with, potentially. And as we were sitting there going around looking, I had to pause and look at something and go, "What the fuck is that?"
What was it?
It looked like a massive crayon on one side, and I think it had anal beads on the other. I'm not sure. I'm looking at it going, "What the fuck is this thing?"
I don't think.
Oh my!
And what was it? Did you look at it? Or
I
did you just
really
ignore it?
don't know. It had it has a name on it, like, okay, it's the such and such, and you're looking at it going, but what do you do with it?
Did you buy it?
Well, the one end goes in the one hole, and the other hole goes in the other thing, and you just push the button. And
But logistically, it was like, how would this thing even work? What the
Why
fuck?
didn't you just take it up to whoever was working the cashier and say, "Can we have a live demonstration?"
Because they don't do that at that store.
One thing that I was made aware of a couple weeks ago was that there are people that are identified as furries, and they have these things that, okay, but and like that's cool, you know, whatever. But they have these things that have tails on them, like butt plugs. They put these tails on them, and I'm like, wow, that's just a level that I mean. And I don't care if that makes them happy. That's cool,
The
but
tail
it's
butt
like-
plugs sell really good on Etsy, by the way.
Hold on, Heathens. You've been on the internet for how long, and you've only just learned about furries?
She's from a small town.
The furries aren't the ones that bother me.
Let me just tell you something. I went to an art high school. I went to Orange County High School of the Arts, and oh my God, were there so many furries? I can't even explain. Like
They came from Tumblr.
Literally, all of our school events, like Halloween and Valentine's Day and Pride Day, we would have like 10 to 20 people in fursuits out on 10th Street, walking around, taking pictures with people and having fun. I mean, the furry culture isn't just a sexual thing, but
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
it is
Okay,
really it is a
Paramore.
really big deal.
What the fuck
in
is
some
that?
art
What the fuck is that?
communities.
That's my monkey, and he's being spanked.
Oh, okay,
Well,
guys.
I didn't even know this furry thing existed, and then they were talking about pony girls, and I was like in this whole like other dimension that I didn't know existed.
And there's pony boys too.
You know what? And I'm at the place now where I'm like, if that turns you on, and that go for it. If it's consensual and adults, have fun. Doesn't mean that I'm going to join, but go for it.
Well,
you know?
here's,
How do you freak out a furry gangster? put a furry horse's head in his pillow.
You know the thing with furries though is Jackie's right that it is a culture and they match up the animal with their personality. So like maybe like B would be like an otter because she's all sociable and happy.
No, I'll be an elephant. Come on, Deidre.
You're not an elephant. You don't hold grudges.
Elephant. Come on.
And like Jackie would be like an eye. Like a little something cuter than I I see like what's those golden monkeys that are just adorable, like what are those called?
Capuchin.
No, they're adorable
Yes,
ones.
A monkey typically sits there and masturbates in front of you.
No, not that kind of monkey, an adorable monkey.
I would probably.
Okay, shuffle, roll 2 at a time.
Wait, Jackie, what would you be? What would you be?
I would be a fox.
A fox is cool.
What
does
a fox say?
Wait, I just want to make note that Pruden had to go. He went to take a shower. Even
He
the
was scared.
talk of sex. No, even the talk of sex gets him going.
So he took a cold shower.
I love how we start talking about sex. Pruden's the first one to go.
Yeah, always.
Well, if Van shows up in like 10 seconds, we'll know because I
It's
feel
simple.
like that sex car that he shows
Pruden
up.
is so fucking uptight in terms of this shit that it's hilarious.
Van needs a link in order to get in here.
I think Pruden went away because he was afraid that people might think that he wanted to be a squid.
Squid Kid.
Yeah, 2 girls, 1 octopus.
I'm gonna guess.
Actually, the of all the weird quote sex related things that drive me insane, it's the kin. That thing drives me fucking insane.
What's that?
It's okay. This was something that they just they actually just covered it on the I always forget the name of the fucking show, and I've been on it. I feel horrible.
You've been on it.
Hang on, the taking the piss out of whatever the fuck it is.
A very public
spanking. Very public spanking. Thank you. I forget it every fucking time.
That's so funny shit.
But yeah, they covered it on that I believe it was the last episode, and it's these people that like, oh, I'm Wolfkin. I was meant to be born a wolf, but I was
Oh my
born
god,
human
they
by
did an
mistake.
Otherkin episode. They did an Otherkin. Oh my god.
They did an Otherkin episode, and there's this one lovely little couple on them that one of them, the woman was Wolfkin, and the guy was Dragonkin, because you know apparently dragons are a thing.
Yeah.
Well, well, I used to play werewolf and stuff with my brother. I mean, I don't.
Yes,
Dragonkin.
Oh yes, I should have been born a dragon, but was born human by mistake. What?
Maybe he meant Komodo dragon and was just really retarded.
Well, it's not as logical
because
as saying that.
There's, you know, dragons breathe fire. So sometimes I would need to belch. What?
Not all. Some breathes ice.
They just stupid
Well,
shit.
all I'm saying is my main totem is Mother Cougar. So pussy loves sleep.
Now the
I think
Wait,
that
what was that? No, I didn't hear that.
if I were an other king, I would be a unicorn.
Incidentally, if you're talking Van the Man, he was invited hours ago.
Wait, you're a unicorn?
Yeah.
Unicorn.
I have questions about a unicorn, especially
Unicorn.
in
You
terms
know
of
that's what
sex.
they call. That's what they call, like in swinger culture. They call the unicorn is like a single bisexual female. That's what they call you. They call them.
Yeah.
I'd be a sloth, but definitely 3 2.
I want to be a sloth. I love it.
Yeah, I would just eat and kind of lay around all day.
Actually, calling them a unicorn is more so the joke that they don't exist.
I'm trying to think of what I would be. I'm trying to think of a suitably rage-filled alcohol.
Rage? Oh, you know what? Koala. I don't know why, but I think koala would fit you. Because they seem no. Koalas seem really sweet and cute, but they are vicious. They will fight to the death.
Sure. I have to ask. A sloth
hang
on, a sloth having sex. How long would that take?
And think about it. They
a
have
really long time.
That would be really smart because the sloth trying to cross the road and it's.
Hang on, I've got to correct that. Actually, it's really quick. The long part is trying to get it in.
I have no idea. I don't care if the sloths are like they just like I like their lifestyle, you know.
Have you ever seen the thing with the duck penis? It's like a corkscrew. Have you seen
Oh
it?
my god. See, I don't want to be a duck. I don't want to be a duck. That's really
horrifying.
scary.
Like, because the duck vagina has to have like a maze. The duck vagina is like a maze. Horrifying.
But a female pig has an orgasm for 30 minutes.
A duck has like David
You're gonna
Bowie
make
in
me
the middle
upset.
of the vagina going, "You remind me of a babe." Like it's just like a labyrinth, you know?
No, I think an orgasm for 30 seconds is sufficient. I don't.
You're missing out. You're missing out.
30 minutes is ridiculous. No.
Oh,
no,
30
I
minutes
think
is a
I'll
bit
lose my-
ridiculous.
I think I would
That's when you. That's when the
That's when you
TLC
would crawl
shows.
away. That's when you would crawl away like a sloth, just moving slowly.
Yeah. Maybe this is why sloths are.
Oy vey.
It could just be like they're just like in this constant orgasm. That's why they're happy and slow.
Okay,
and-
Shark, give me back my rails. You stole them.
Oh,
I gotta say this. When you mention koala bear, every time I hear it, I'm always reminded of there's a band or a boy band, whatever, called One Direction.
Oh yeah.
Or they went to Australia, and one of
They
them
got
caught.
pissed on.
One of them caught.
Chlamydia.
Yeah. One of them caught chlamydia off a koala bear, and you think, wait a minute, how the hell do you catch chlamydia from a koala bear? You're supposed to.
Oh, Cliff, it's a little known fact that a lot of koalas actually have chlamydia.
Yeah, the natural carriers.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on. There are certain things that are bloodborne that you can get without. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
the
first
koala
thought was,
just
wait.
pissed on the
What?
fuck,
All the rabid One Direction fangirls weren't satisfying enough.
That's God's punishment for having.
If they urinate, you can acquire chlamydia.
They don't have a song I know. I don't care. What?
Yeah, they all broke up because who cares? Let's just hope one died of an addiction overdosing.
I like giraffes a lot, but I'm trying to think how that would work out in the furry scene.
Yeah, they do that too.
Yeah.
It's easy. The answer's easy. You just have one of the ones that haven't got the extendable neck, like this, like Georgina.
Oh, there you go.
Georgina, yes.
I like Georgina.
Actually, in the fursuit, you put the eyes in the neck.
This is interesting.
What?
I know things.
One of the proofs that I was given by Matt Slick about that evolution is not true is the hummingbird. I don't know what that had to do with anything, but supposedly the hummingbird has like this spiral tongue that could not have existed with evolution. So there we go.
Yeah, but the reason why it's a problem for him is because it doesn't hum.
Okay, wait a minute. We have to root this back to the core thing here. Things like butterflies, hummingbirds, etc. They are clearly just the evolution of sex toys.
The evolution of what?
Sex toys.
Oh, hummingbirds?
I tell you what, the worst one.
Why the rabbit vibrator dildo thing is because in Japan you can't have something that looks like a penis. That's how that whole thing started.
What?
Yeah.
You think hummingbird is bad? You should hear the yodeling bird.
Yeah, the butterflies. The hummingbird, if I remember correctly, is a variation of the butterfly. The butterfly is a clitoral device that attaches down there that has little straps that holds it down there. The hummingbird is a similar thing that is remote controlled.
The remote control is fun.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
If I remember correctly. Oh.
Imagine shopping down the aisle and then all of a sudden, buzz.
Well, actually, in the poll. Wait a minute. Why? Oh, shit. My screen just bounced. Let me fix that. I clicked on something by mistake, apparently. Here we get this. What the fuck just happened? My screen is bouncing around all kinds of weird places. Let me fix this. Sorry. It's on the feed.
It looks okay on the feed.
Yeah, but my screen just jumped in. I don't know what the hell just happened.
Well, I'm going to leave you to fixing that because I've got to go because it's currently 7:33 in the morning and
Are you sure it's not the hummingbirds?
Bloody hell.
So, good night, everybody.
Night, Cliff.
Yeah, one of my browsers is hosing out. Sorry, guys. I will fix that when I can. Let me get this off my screen for now, though.
Okay.
Now you did it.
Yeah.
Some thoughts of pretending and honesty. Larry goes to the promised land. Trolla Lisa. Trollface
Yeah,
West.
what's going on in your side chat?
The Halloween.
I can't get to it right now, so I have no clue.
Okay, alright. Yeah, it's fixed now. It's gone.
It's just blank now.
Yeah, I just got it out there. Something fucked up.
Better blink them up.
My browser just one of my two browsers just hosed up, so I've got to get that back up and running in a second. There we go.
think while everything's gone to fuck, I may as well share an entertaining
Wow.
story that happened. So, recently, one of my friends decided to accuse me of fucking his girlfriend.
That's so funny.
What?
Let him get to the punchline.
Right, bear with. So he comes in, we're all sitting around having a drink, he starts shouting at me, "How dare you, you motherfucker, fucking my girlfriend behind my back, you piece of shit." Starts roaring in my face, I'm laughing my ass off. She's sitting there completely red-faced, and I turn to her and say, "You do want to tell him, or should I?" She looks at me, a bit angry. Then, you know, he roars at her, she stands up, throws a drink in his face, and says, "I'm a lesbian, and you're the dick that turned me, you bastard!" And storms out.
What?
Nice.
The whole thing, she'd been talking with me because she knew I wasn't, like, anti-gay, so she came out to me, we got chatting more and more often. He took this as we were fucking, not realizing she was gay. He hadn't actually turned her, but she thought, well, seeing as I'm breaking up with him, may as well twist the knife.
That guy's gonna be
so
going
the
to
thing
counseling
about
for like
me-
years now, all shooken up. He's gonna like be with a woman and be like, "I can't. I'm sorry."
I don't care, the guy's a cunt.
Sounds like it.
I think that's probably why he turned her, because he was just like, "Wow, you're such a cunt, you're making me realize I like cunt. I'm dumping this cunt and going for proper cunt."
Oh, yes.
There is this myth that a lot of people think people can turn gay, like you could turn somebody gay. That is dumb. It's really dumb. But there's this thing where there's a lot of guys that think that. They're like really weird.
Would say to her, I think she was always more a bit bi, but is now pushing more towards just preferring women. Like, I've always had the suspicion about her that she was a bit of a clam diver, and you know, now I have fairly substantial proof. So it was definitely very fucking entertaining when it happened.
Yeah.
Mostly because when he goes through this full shitstorm, my girlfriend is sitting opposite me, just fucking pissing herself laughing.
Now, what I get anyway, what I was going to actually reference quite some time ago when we were joking about the hummingbirds and what have you, is that courtesy of the rise of certain kinds of toys within the DS community, there's now a whole bunch of newer toys out there that have an app. Literally, there's an app for that.
That makes
Oh
sense.
yeah, Teledildonics.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
there was actually one DEF CON talk about wireless hacking that I watched mentioned a Bluetooth-enabled vibrator where you literally pair it via. This is kind of before smartphones, but you pair it to your phone, and when the phone receives a text from, well, I think you said it was actually from anyone with a certain code, you could activate the vibrator, and you could like change the way it vibrates based on what code you sent it. And he was like, "Does anyone think this is a good idea? Does anyone really think this is a good idea?"
Yeah, it was like the iFuck or something like that. They actually had a thing like that you basically have it there, and the person that has the code can send whatever they want to, whenever the hell they want to. And this was big in the DS community for a bit of a while. Literally, there was an app for that.
Well, yeah,
Thinking
but
of
the
it,
talk
basically-
was about how fucking insecure Bluetooth can be and how easy it is to break.
Yeah.
So the question was raised, so if you get a text activating this thing and it turns out, oh, it wasn't actually from your significant other or whatever, is that rape?
Well, the
legally?
scary thing is there are certain car computers that can be hacked that way, too.
Oh, that's fucking. I know, and it's fucking scary, and that's a rabbit hole topic for me, so we should stop.
You know what the most entertaining part of that is? Not only can they hack and crash and destroy your car, they can completely erase any evidence they did it.
Yeah.
So it's all on you that you ran over like 20 guns in a small.
I mean, our cars are already like, for the past 10 years, cars have been basically mobile computers. They're heavily controlled by computer. But now with the cars that are like fucking internet enabled, it's actually possible to own these internal systems from the outside. Previously, you couldn't get to them unless you were a technician.
Yeah.
But you can own cars wirelessly. And
Yeah,
other
when they
given
were
standing
initially
on
doing
a
the test, they
self-driving
needed to have
shit.
a laptop in the back seat wired into it to do the testing, and basically warning the industry about making it so you can do it fully wirelessly, and yeah, lo and behold, you can now.
Yeah, the thing I find hilarious is that one of my friends, he's one of these, real I don't trust technology. Anytime he gets a car with a load of electronics in it, he will root around the engine for all the electronics that aren't related to, like, spark plugs and shit. He will rip them. He will rip them the fuck out, and he is probably going to outlive all of us because of it.
Oh darn, we're down to 10 people. We're down to normal hangout size.
No. No.
That's okay.
I'll see if I can rope up the prostitutes.
It is really hard to manage these large hangs, man.
Oh, it can be, it can be. Now, the thing is, normally, when I'm running them, they usually go fairly smoothly, because we're usually not having overly rigorous arguments or disagreements or what have you.
I mean, you ran, talking about sex.
Yeah.
I never got to ask Pruden about the Madagascar plan.
Wait, what's the Madagascar plan?
Okay, basically, before the Holocaust happened and the final solution, Germany had a plan to send all the Jews down to the Madagascar because it was controlled at the time by the Vichy French, who were basically the French government who was cooperating with Germany because they were occupied. Now, what happened was the British, on the other hand, they wanted Madagascar to have a naval base there so they could go operate in the Indian Ocean. And the British didn't know what Germany wanted to do with Madagascar, so they went down there and took it from the Vichy French, and that fucked up everything.
God damn it.
And that's why you had the Holocaust.
Well, we already know Pruden blames the French for World War II because of
No, you can't blame the French this time.
Oh man, though
This is the British.
That fucking conversation, that entire conversation went so awry on that particular occasion, because I was trying to illustrate that that you can't sit there and look at one simple portion of a situation. You have to look at it in a much broader scheme, because there's so many factors that lead into things politically. Yeah. And he just fucking ran with that before you knew he was blaming France. And I'm like, oh, for
yeah, and
sake.
Remember what that conversation turned into?
A clusterfuck.
Prudengate.
Prudengate, yep.
Yes, on air light means on air.
I would like to point out,
anytime
almost
talk about his political beliefs turns into that.
I was just going to say I'm almost apologetic for bringing up the argument with Prudent, but then again, I think.
No, I think he needed to hear all that stuff. You can think about it.
Whether he listened, he needed to hear.
He's too
He
young
has
and
to figure it out
idealistic to be
himself.
able to listen.
He has to figure.
How old is he again? Like 22, 21?
21, yeah, he's too young and idealistic to really be able to, yeah.
I think the worrying part is Prudent is older than me, and yet I think
You've already had the idealism beaten out of you, though.
Wait.
Yeah.
So how old are you? Like 19, 20?
Well, I think. To be fair,
he doesn't sound it. He doesn't sound it.
No, you actually, I thought you were 20, so there you go.
yeah, a lot of people seem to think I'm like 40 for some strange fucking reason.
Hmm.
I actually had someone trying to like add me on Skype. I was like, "Who the fuck are you? Why should I care?" Got to chatting with them, and they were like, "Yeah, I've been trying to like hook up with some of the mayor." I was like, "Oh, this shit." They recognize me.
You're Irish? You're Irish. So do you have red hair?
No.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
No, he's Irish, not fucking ginger.
Pumpkin has a soul.
I might be a
No,
soul.
if somebody has
Black
red
Irish.
hair,
Machine fueled by hatred and just alcohol, but at least I have a soul.
I don't get this whole thing about like Irish people, or not like Irish people, like red-haired. I don't get that. Like,
You don't have a soul. You're redhead.
I don't know. Redheads to me are.
It's a well-known
huge freaking
fact.
turnaround.
Scientific.
No, like somebody has red hair. Like I want to go to hell if it's gonna be full of redheads.
Wow, really?
Okay, can I just point out, every redhead I've ever met has been a complete and utter bastard.
Well, hang on though. Redheads in general are very combustible.
I'm pretty sure that every cat I've ever had will go to hell. I kind of like my cats, and I kind of want to go to hell with them. I'm just saying, like, my cats, beasts, every single one, none of them good. Like, just cruel
Well, you
and
can hell with
horrible.
me on the redheads. Sure. So.
I think redheads are awesome. Like,
Well-
it'd be awesome to have red hair.
Wait. Hang on.
Orange cats, do they count?
Oh, okay, moderator cuts in for a moment. Jello, redheads, good or evil?
Well, I mean, there are some good ones. I like the ones. I like the ones on the internets that have a little bit of shame and humility, and will use like a black and white filter, so you see them still. Because usually the camera doesn't really. Yeah, it just tends to go right through the translucent skin of the ginger.
I've never got that.
Is that?
If you've seen that South Park episode about ginger kids, there's a difference between gingers and daywalkers.
Yeah.
They have
freckles and the pasty white skin and the kind of soapy look.
I think all this talk of
But
hell
just
is
hold on, going back to what Shar said about cats going to hell. Shar, of course all cats go to hell because all dogs go to heaven.
Okay, now talking sickos to Pumpkin.
If I could, all this talk of going to hell has reminded me of a brilliant monologue by a fantastically politically correct comedian called Jim Jeffries, who, if you don't realize how fucked up that statement is, watch his shit. It's brilliant.
And microbloganism out in chat world says redheads do have souls. A lot of them. They steal them. Every freckles is another stolen soul.
And they keep those souls in a jar beside their bed.
No, that's what the freckles are.
Alright, so Jim Jeffries said, so when you're good and die, you go to heaven, which is run by God, and blah blah blah, and that's all wonderful and shit. But when you die and go to hell, which is the place run by the devil, so he's
Is it run by the
basically-
devil?
It's run by the devil.
No, it's not. Not by lore, not really. But go ahead.
Fuck it.
Really? Yeah, it's really not run by the devil. But anyway, continue.
No theology, no theology. Shush.
The
Fucking-
bomb.
Okay, so
Oh.
fuck it. Hell is still
I'm just
ruled by the
kidding.
devil because of reasons and metal. So you go to hell, and you have basically lied, cheated, stolen, been a complete and utter bastard your entire life. Why would the devil punish you? You're one of his crew. You're a fucking bastard. He's not going to punish you because you're one of his besties. You're going to enjoy snorting coke off a hooker's ass for the rest of eternity.
Okay,
Simply
so what does
because-
IG have to do with this?
I don't know.
Inventor
That's
Gorilla, the
his
only person
dream.
I've known that's snorted coke off of a hooker's ass.
True story, you can never call IG lame. He actually did it.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty
IG,
sure.
who's IG?
Christian
Inventor
ID.
Gorilla.
I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to anything with the "ane" suffix.
Wait, really?
You're allergic to anything up somebody's ass?
Okay, no.
That's right.
IG used
Char's
to be
allergic to propane.
Yeah.
How about
propane?
propane?
IG used to be
Come on,
like
come on, two at a time.
IG used to be in rock and roll bands and shit. Like, he was in that culture where you can do that kind of thing, or you had the opportunity to do that on a regular basis.
I'm Mr. Eat Miser. I'm Mr. Sun.
I am allergic to Novocaine and benzocaine. I'm pretty sure I'm probably allergic to cocaine.
Both of
Oh,
those
no.
were derived from
Well,
cocaine. So.
How do you
Allergic
get
to
allergic? What happens? What happens? Do you like
Barf,
can't
huh?
breathe?
Well, okay. But the funniest thing was I had poison oak.
But wait,
And
what
that-
about sugar cane?
No, I had poison oak and I put benzocaine on it, and I got like this crazy rash that ran all the way up my leg, like in this most ridiculous way.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
not
thought I was
supposed to
gonna
be.
die. I thought it was like some kind of zombie alien apocalypse thing happening on my body.
Wait, are you sure that wasn't just from the poison oak?
Yeah, I tested it because I put it on my arm, and my arm did the same thing that happened on my leg.
Did you think of like maybe cutting off the leg?
Also, Also, I went. I've always had at the dentist. Every time I go to the dentist, I get a rash, like a really bad burning rash in my mouth. And so ever since that incident, I've told them I think I might be allergic, and they've stopped putting the shit on my gums, and I'm fine now. I get a little bit of a inflammation from the Novocaine, but not so bad. Because the stuff.
What about sugar cane? Are you allergic to that?
That's
Try
a
snorting
that's a
sugar.
different kind of cane.
Well, it's still an AINE, though. You said thought you were allergic to all AINEs.
That's an ANE, not a
AIN.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Mhm.
So what does rum do to you?
Rum makes me awesome.
That is the correct answer.
That is the correct.
I like that. I like that one.
And on that note, I've just realized it's nearly 8 in the fucking morning. So
Good morning.
Yeah, and it's actually
Top of the
getting
morning to
starting to
you.
get a little early here, and I'm going to have to deal with roofers in the morning, so I'm probably going to end this in about another 10 minutes. Not to be confused with roofies.
No.
oh shit, you're drugging everyone and dragging them to the love dungeon.
Yeah.
We
Sounds
all know
kinky.
you're talking about illegal immigrants. It's okay.
Well, if I'm pulling them all to the love dungeon, then I'm going to have to start with B and Char. Sorry.
Well, what? I missed that.
Somebody made a drag them to the love dungeon joke, and I said that I'm going to have to start with B and Char with that.
What is the love dungeon?
I have no idea.
Love dungeon.
It's where you take the people with the roofies.
Yeah.
No, it has to do with most squirrels, no? What?
You know what? I don't like squirrels.
Really?
Oh, now you
Oh my god. Now, this is just. Can we kick
Both
her?
of our community
Can we
presidents
kick her?
are in there.
Oh, okay, now for the big spoiler from the person that's been using squirrels for their avatar for ages at this point. I can't fucking stand the little bastards.
Oh,
There you go.
wow. Everybody's against squirrels today.
Wow.
No, I don't think
I already knew that.
They do carry the bubonic plague. I mean, that is a problem.
They're cute and everything, but they get up in your attic and they eat the fucking wiring in your house.
They are.
Yeah, they'll cause
That's why I
fires.
love them, because they're fucking amazing. And they
Even
will.
the hillbillies that eat them don't like them.
I came home at one point and I smelled what smelled like burnt fur, and went up into the attic, and lo and behold, one of those little bastards been chewing on wires by the front. Yep.
Were you afraid that maybe some kind of satanic cult, puppet killing cult had broken in and destroyed some?
No, that'd be much more interesting. My life is not that interesting. I do not suffer from that Chinese curse. I do not want to have an interesting life, thank you.
Squirrels suck.
I don't like
I always liked Bee, but she's so against me, and I'm scared.
Squirrels are
No,
cute.
I like you. I like you. I can look past the fact that you like squirrels.
Now squirrels are cute and everything,
Accept you
but
as you are.
the squirrels are cute and everything, but once you become a homeowner, they become the bane of your fucking existence.
Yeah. So do children. Children do that too.
Yeah.
Well, what about like a furry squirrel? Though, would you be into a furry squirrel?
No.
If it was.
If it was a what?
A furry squirrel would, like anybody. Like if you could have anybody in a squirrel outfit, you'd still be turned off.
What if it was Angelina Jolie in a squirrel outfit?
That actually makes it worse.
Yeah, it does.
A person in a squirrel outfit is even more stompable.
Yeah.
What if it's a person that you think is like a babe? Think of the most attractive person, and then they're in a squirrel outfit. Would you just like cut a deal and be like, okay, I'll just take it on with the squirrel?
No.
Note has to be made that a squirrel loves to put nuts in its mouth.
Okay, so here's a question: like, would you rather fuck a goat or have everybody think that you fucked a goat?
I'm so glad that we have
Oh
these
my
deep
God.
conversations, B.
This is getting weird.
No, this is a good question. Would you rather fuck a goat or have everybody think
What drugs can I put in my system before I make
No, this is just a question. Would
Well,
you rather
hang on
do
for a
it
second.
or have everybody think that you
Okay, wait a minute.
Wait,
As far as I know, the ex-wife is no longer paying attention to my channels and hasn't found the new ones yet. But I'm sure at some point she's made that accusation of me along with the other weird shit she's made up.
Can I put the Can I put the goat in a squirrel outfit?
Yes.
I was gonna make that joke. Damn it.
That's a good question, right?
To get on this.
I just want to point out.
This would be internet's win for me. So no, I don't. I have no interest in fucking a goat, but I have crazy interest in everybody in the internet.
Okay, the new Shuffle Proclamation, henceforth, Jello shots will merely be known as goat fucker.
I just want to point out that
Nor deny.
I just want to point out that somewhere along the line, someone like Matt Slick or Hillbilly is going to come across this and see, these atheists are in the bestiality. I told you.
Oh no, we can't be atheists.
Cunningham's gonna talk about what we do with our time. So.
Wait a minute. No, hang on a second. Is it a Christian goat?
And I wasn't here. I wasn't here, guys.
Baptize the goat first in the name of the Father and the Son.
Oh, so I got a question.
This is the Father, the Son, of the Holy Goat?
Stop with the stupid ass puns.
Bad man.
How important is it to make sure that the goat is not gay before you lay with it?
How many holy goats? How many holies?
Heathens.
Most goats have 2 or 3.
Atheists are in their elk are always goating Christians.
Okay, hang on a second.
You leave me alone, guys.
If Angelina
trying to goat me.
Holy goat! Holy goat!
Wait,
Holy goat!
If Angelina Jolie was in a squirrel outfit and you had a goat in a squirrel outfit, would you be able to tell the difference?
What?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Probably about as much as if you would be able to tell
does
if
it really
you
matter?
put...
Does it really matter that it's Angelina Jolie in the squirrel outfit at that point? If
No,
she's
it
got the
doesn't.
outfit on.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Probably about the same difference as if you put Jessica Parker in a horse outfit.
No, I mean, ultimately, a
She does
vagina is a
look kind of
vagina.
like a horse. She has a horse face.
I've always been a Jennifer Connelly guy.
I learned that a hole is a hole. So I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, a vagina is a vagina, so, you know, there's a point at which the face
I'm
matters.
just saying.
Here's another question for the guys. Right?
If a hole is a hole, then
What do you take? How far do you take that, Char?
Look, it doesn't.
but I heard that from a guy.
No. It
So
depends.
I'm just saying, I don't really know what that means, but
Okay, wait. I can I can fully explain what that means.
It depends on if you know what's attached to the hole.
Hang on, though.
really? Does it?
No,
Don't
please.
think about it.
Come on. I can explain this. Now, there was a young woman I knew years ago who had very different talents, and along with those talents, several stories. And at one point, she got together because she, liked to have sex. So she got together with this guy that she thought was really kind of, had it going on there. And this guy was the head of the football team of the local college that she was attending at the time. And they get together and they get in position, and she sits at the edge of the couch, and he comes up on to where she is, and he starts going at it. And a couple minutes later, she looks down and she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Can't you feel me?" And she's like, "You're fucking the couch, you idiot! Can't you tell the difference?" So apparently some guys really do think that, a hole is a hole.
Fuck your couch.
Yeah,
Fuck your
he was
couch.
fucking the couch. He didn't know
Nice.
the difference.
He's like, in my end? She's like, I don't know.
So the question is for the guys: would you rather have a penis-sized nipple or a nipple-sized penis?
What the heck is wrong with your question?
Alright. Well, I'm going to bed.
I don't.
Would you rather fight or a
I
hundred
love
horse-sized
these
cow?
questions.
Well, if we're using prudent as a metric of penis size, I'd go with a nipple.
Who's the sicko that's asking these questions?
I'm just asking.
Is it Yubi?
It's
Jello's,
B.
Jello's on the
I
hunt.
like
Jello's
you.
on the hunt.
He's the deviant.
You're
Don't mix us
all
up.
right. I'm gonna add you to my.
He's one of the
I'm gonna add you. You're all right.
No, we
figure out a
love
fucking
B.
circle to put this person. You're a
Yeah,
wild.
we love B.
either
we love
way,
B.
this is super disturbing. Come on.
I'm just asking. I'm just wondering.
Disturbing can be
A
fun.
lot of a person what they answer to these.
Like, could I just start one of those exterior private chats with you, and every little now and then would you just ask me a question? You don't have to watch for my answer or anything. I just
Well,
want to know
would
your
you
question.
rather have every time you have an orgasm you vomit, or that your genitals smell like rotten eggs? That's not the question.
Vomit.
Oh
Vomit. I choose vomit.
Actually,
Please, I
one's
don't
gonna
ever want to
surprise
have sex with you. I'm sorry.
These aren't things that I like to do during sex. They're just questions that tell you something about person that's answering them. That's all.
Yeah. This isn't a sexual thing. This goes to this goes just to the answerer. You get to find out where their mom's at.
I love Char's response. This is why I wouldn't have sex with you.
The whole would you thing just turns me off, right? Like I thought
well,
it was pretty awesome.
Okay, Char, then apparently we can't.
I don't see you as a sexual object anymore. It just cannot happen. I'm sorry.
You've lost it.
It's like my fifth grade teacher that had snot in his mustache, and that was it. Like I couldn't. There's a cutoff.
I mean,
wow.
These are my favorite kind of questions. Like, would you rather be stranded on a deserted island by yourself, or with somebody that you hate?
By myself, absolutely.
Really?
By myself.
No question. Yeah.
I do not want to be stranded on an island with G-Man. I'd be by myself moments later.
Okay, wait.
and then you'd have a source of
To be fair, they're not the same. To be fair, they could end up the same.
Also,
they
you'd
would
have
end up the
fresh
same.
Before I can answer.
You'd also have fresh meat for a while.
Yeah, well, this actually goes to that. I have a question, and I need to answer before I can answer this question. Does anybody else know that this person that I hate and I are on the island?
No. Well, yeah.
Like, okay, let's go there. Could I theoretically get away with murder? You know, like.
Sure. Yeah. It just tells you a lot about the person answering the question, depending on how they answer it. So that's all
I'm just imagining the different combinations on G+ that you could have two people that hate each other on the island and what you think might happen. I mean, let's think about this for a second. We could put, well, BB don't hate a whole lot of people. You could put me and Hillbilly on the island together. That would go well.
Well, I think about putting Annabelle and anybody on the island.
Hey now.
Prudent and angry pumpkin. Prudent and angry pumpkin.
To be fair, it would be tough. Annabelle would be tough.
Well, hang on. I'm going to cut in a moment.
As much as I might like her.
Hang on. I got to cut in for a moment before I go any further with this. Just because I'm going to have to take this offline because time. We're going to keep having fun, though. We're just going offline in terms of the broadcast side of it. But just as one final little thing there, one final little thank you. New chair, thank you to the patrons.
You're welcome.
I can actually, like, be in front of the camera and move my position and everything now. I'm not stuck always facing this way.
Wait, there's a person passed out behind you.
Yeah, that'd be the wife. That'd be the wife. She's crashed.
I can just picture Char and Gretchen, just two little squirrels fighting on the island to the death.
You know what's weird? The weirdest thing is, like, I think me and Gretchen might actually have a chance.